Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Sit back, relax, and take a deep breath, because today we're diving into the part of our planet that science still can't tame. The deep sea. A place so vast, so alien, that it feels closer to outer space than Earth. Down there, light vanishes. Pressure crushes steel, and life takes forms that look like something out of nightmares. From missing submarines to glowing creatures that defy biology, these are 30 disturbing deep-sea mysteries that not even science can fully explain. Grab your oxygen, because this descent goes far beyond human understanding. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Sit back, relax, and close your eyes if you want, because we're going to drift into the abyss, literally. We're about to explore the most alien landscape on Earth, the deep ocean. Down there, light dies, pressure crushes steel, and creatures move like thoughts in a dream. It's beautiful, it's terrifying, and it's mostly unknown. Let's start with something simple but unsettling. We've mapped more of Mars than we have of our own oceans. About 80% of the seafloor remains unexplored, vast areas of mountain ranges, canyons, and plains that no human eyes have ever seen. Every sonar scan reveals something new, and sometimes something that doesn't make sense. For all our satellites and deep-sea probes, we're still surface creatures, playing gods over a planet whose real heart beats far below us. The deeper you go, the stranger it gets. At just 200 meters, sunlight begins to fade. By 1,000 meters, it's gone entirely, swallowed by blackness so total that sight becomes useless. It's a realm ruled by pressure, where every square inch bears the weight of hundreds of atmospheres. Down here, physics feels personal. Water becomes a wall. Sound carries like whispers through steel. Even time feels slower. And yet, life thrives. Not just small, resilient microbes clinging to volcanic vents, but complex creatures that seem built out of nightmares and science fiction. There are fish with transparent skulls, worms that feed on chemicals instead of light, and shrimp that glow like submerged fireflies. The deep sea isn't empty, it's overcrowded with strangeness. When scientists first dropped cameras into the abyssal zone, they expected lifeless mud. What they found instead was movement, shadows, things swimming just beyond the range of the lights, shapes that flickered and vanished like ghosts. The footage showed reflective eyes glinting in the dark, but no bodies attached to them. Sometimes the cameras recorded faint vibrations, pulses that seemed to answer each other. Not random noise, but rhythm. One of the most unsettling discoveries was the existence of biological lights, bursts of glowing plankton or fish that appear coordinated. Entire stretches of deep ocean can pulse in synchronized flashes, like a living Morse code. Are they communicating? Are they warning? No one knows, but it happens regularly enough that deep-sea vessels now schedule dives around bioluminescent storms, nights when the sea itself lights up like a galaxy. Scientists describe it as beauty. Sailors used to call it an omen. Then there's the soundscape, an alien symphony of clicks, roars, moans, and tremors. Most are caused by animals, some are geological, but there are a few that belong to neither. NOAA's underwater microphones have captured noises so loud and so complex that no known process can explain them. Some pulse like living calls, others echo like machinery. When replayed at human speed, some even sound vocal. It's no wonder the ocean has inspired myths of gods and monsters. Before sonar, sailors swore they could feel vibrations rising through their ships, like the heartbeat of something immense below. Even today, submariners report acoustic mirages, sounds that mimic human speech or footsteps on metal hulls. When sound bends under pressure, it plays tricks on the brain. It whispers, it echoes, it feels alive. And maybe it is, because the ocean is not just a place, it's a force. It regulates the planet's temperature, carries nutrients across continents, and drives weather patterns. In a very real sense, the ocean is Earth's mind, a vast circulating consciousness made of current, chemistry, and depth. Every storm, every wave, every shift in tide begins with movements in that hidden abyss. When Jacques Picard and Don Walsh first descended into the Mariana Trench aboard Trieste in 1960, they expected darkness and silence. What they saw was something move, a flat, fish-like creature drifting across the seafloor at 35,000 feet. No light, no food, no reason for life to exist. And yet, there it was. For years, scientists denied the sighting, claiming it was optical distortion. But later expeditions found evidence of microbial mats and organic matter even deeper than Trieste had gone. Life was there all along, just different, older. What if that's true for everything we don't understand down there? The strange flashes, the sounds, the impossible pressure-defying organisms. What if it's all part of a single system? A biosphere that doesn't follow our rules because it wrote its own. In the Hadal Zone, the deepest region, named after Hades, the ocean feels sentient. Not in a mystical way, but in a literal, mathematical one. Patterns in temperature and movement repeat with eerie precision. Hydrothermal vents seem to pulse like heartbeats. Some scientists believe these could be planetary reflexes, automatic responses to maintain chemical balance. But what if they're more than reflex? What if the ocean is self-aware? The notion sounds absurd until you remember that the ocean predates brains, bones, and oxygen. It has existed in motion for over 4 billion years. If life evolved from it, why couldn't intelligence have evolved within it, just in a form too massive and too slow for us to perceive? Maybe our mistake isn't that we haven't found signs of life in the deep. Maybe we've been swimming inside one all along. Every expedition sends signals into that world, lights, sonar pings, probes, and every time, the ocean answers. It shifts, murmurs, resists. Cameras break. Pressure sensors overload, systems fail without explanation. The ocean doesn't destroy, it discourages, it doesn't lash out, it humbles. It's not hostile, it's patient, and patience is terrifying. When you stare into the abyss, there's a moment when the blackness becomes total. No up, no down, no sense of direction. That's when people say they feel it, a pulse beneath the pressure, a presence beyond comprehension. It's not fear, it's recognition. The awareness that the ocean doesn't need us, but we need it. That it's older, larger, and infinitely more alive than anything we've ever built or believed. We look at the stars and dream of alien worlds, but the most alien world of all lies right below us, shifting quietly, waiting. The abyss doesn't hide secrets. It is the secret. And every sound, every shimmer, every movement we find in its depths is just the surface of something far more infinite, something that looks at us the way we look at plankton, brief, bright, and passing. Beneath the last flicker of sunlight lies the real ocean, the one untouched by color, heat, or air. Scientists call it the midnight zone, but even that sounds too romantic for what it truly is. A pressure chamber of crushing cold, eternal night, and creatures that shouldn't exist. When the last rays vanish, light isn't just gone, it's devoured. And what's left feels less like water and more like infinity. Down here, distance becomes meaningless. Depth bends physics until time itself seems to drift. Every meter of descent adds weight, silence, and a strange sense that something vast is nearby but unseen. The water thickens, it vibrates, every movement feels watched. Even robotic cameras, machines that shouldn't feel anything, register interference, flickering as if something were breathing against the lens. Engineers call it static. Divers who've seen it up close call it attention. The first thing you notice is the light that does exist. Not sunlight, life light, bioluminescence. Tiny living galaxies bloom in every direction, flashes of green, blue, violet, gold. Some float gently, others explode like underwater lightning. Each pulse has purpose. Some are hunting lures, others warnings, others communication signals between species we still can't name. One recent expedition recorded a 30-second burst of synchronized illumination stretching half a mile across the seafloor. It wasn't random. It was rhythmic, like language written in light. And where there is light, there is shadow. Predators drift through the blackness with translucent bodies and teeth that glow like wires. The anglerfish dangles a living lantern from its head, a cruel invitation to anything hungry enough to look. Gulper eels unhinge jaws wider than their torsos. The fang-tooth, a hand-sized monster with saber-length teeth, survives pressures that would crush titanium. Every creature here is a paradox, delicate yet indestructible, fragile yet eternal. What unsettles scientists most isn't what they can see, it's what they can't. The deep is full of signals without sources. Hydrophones record low thuds, metallic scrapes, and pulses too organized to be random. Some mimic whale song, only slower, deeper, and impossible in frequency. Others echo like machinery grinding in the dark. Once, during a test dive near the Philippine Trench, researchers heard what sounded like footsteps on the sub's hull, rhythmic, heavy, then gone. When the sub resurfaced, no damage was found, just faint circular imprints, as if something had tasted the steel. Pressure is another predator here. At 10,000 meters, it's more than 1,000 times what we feel at the surface. Every bolt, every seal, every oxygen molecule is fighting to exist. And yet, life flourishes, slow, efficient, and ancient. Microbes feast on metal. Shrimp the size of fingernails glow like embers. There's a kind of defiance in their survival, as if the ocean created its own rules simply to spite ours. But sometimes, those rules flicker. In 2009, a robotic probe sent to the Cayman Trough captured a heat signature rising from the sediment, circular, almost geometric. It pulsed like a heartbeat, before fading completely. When scientists replayed the footage frame by frame, the pattern of heat fluctuations matched the electrical rhythm of a mammalian heart. Impossible, they said. But the data didn't lie. Other anomalies are subtler. Sonar pings that return distorted, as though something immense and amorphous is moving between the transmitter and receiver. Magnetic fields that shift for minutes at a time, then normalize as if nothing happened. Some researchers have suggested that vast gelatinous organisms, hundreds of meters long, could be passing through the trenches, their bodies soft enough to go undetected, except for the way they bend energy. The ocean, they say, might already be full of giants. We just don't have the right kind of eyes to see them. Even light misbehaves. Deep-sea submersibles often report flashes appearing behind the craft, where no light source exists. Cameras catch reflections that vanish the moment they're focused on. One dive team described it as being photographed from the inside. The phenomenon remains unexplained. Some blame bioluminescent plankton stirred by current. Others whisper about the abyss watching its intruders, recording them in ways that transcend cameras. The deeper explorers go, the more the ocean feels like it's alive in a different sense. Less an environment, more a consciousness. Data from multiple trenches show repeating pulses in current flow occurring every 27 hours, synchronized across thousands of miles. They don't align with tides or lunar cycles. To some oceanographers, it's coincidence. To others, it's coordination, a planetary heartbeat. And then there's the silence. After a certain depth, even sound changes texture. It doesn't echo, it absorbs. Noise seems to vanish before it's heard, swallowed by layers of density that trap it in place. Submarine crews describe it as acoustic fog, a suffocating quiet that presses against the eardrums. One researcher wrote that it felt like the ocean was waiting for me to speak first. But what would it say back? If the deep could speak, maybe it already has. In the strange rumbles, the flashes of light, the shifting magnetic patterns that behave like words written across water. Perhaps those are fragments of communication, attempts by a world far older than ours to remind us we are guests in its body. Maybe the deep isn't hostile at all. Maybe it's protective, preserving its mysteries from our destructive curiosity. Because every time humanity tries to dig, drill, or dominate, the sea answers, sometimes with storms, sometimes with silence, sometimes with the quiet disappearance of machines worth millions. The message is always the same: you are not ready, and maybe we aren't. Every image we capture, every sound we analyze, every anomaly we name unexplained, is a reminder that the deep doesn't need us to understand it. It's patient, it's infinite, and it doesn't care if we believe in it or not. When light dies, something else takes over, something older than sight, deeper than fear. Down there, knowledge becomes faith, science becomes myth, and the human voice fades into the same eternal hum that's been echoing since the first drop of water touched Earth. The abyss isn't waiting to be explored. It's waiting to be remembered. Because when you stare long enough into that black water, you realize the ocean isn't empty. It's full of everything we've forgotten: life, history, memory, and maybe something more. Something still watching from below. The Challenger Deep, the trench's deepest pocket, is a place so inhospitable it bends imagination. At nearly 7 miles down, water pressure reaches levels that would pulverize any unprotected life form. It's colder than the Arctic and darker than a starless sky. Yet, when researchers peer into that void, they don't find emptiness. They find movement. Every probe that's reached those depths reports the same paradox. The further it goes, the more alive the silence feels. Cameras register drifting shadows that vanish before focus, faint ripples moving against current, and lights that seem to pulse in deliberate rhythm. Even more chilling, the instruments behave like they're being watched. Temperature sensors spike for seconds. Sonar returns lag, as though echoing off something vast but soft, and magnetic compasses spin without pattern before steadying again. Then, just as quickly, everything returns to normal, too normal. Scientists categorize these malfunctions as pressure-related anomalies. But veterans of deep-sea missions use a different term: the Watcher effect. They say the trench reacts differently when observed. One crew from a 2018 dive aboard the Chiton, two claimed their sonar stopped transmitting altogether the moment they aimed it toward a descending shadow. The readout froze, displayed an error code, then printed a line of text never programmed into its software. Signal returning. When they rebooted, the shadow was gone. Whether myth or machine glitch, the pattern repeats. Whenever we look, something looks back. The geological oddities are just as unsettling. High-resolution scans show that sections of the trench floor are unnaturally smooth, almost polished, bordered by sudden cliffs that rise like walls. The sediment forms symmetrical ridges, spaced in exact intervals, as if shaped by design, not current. Beneath those ridges lie pockets of heat far higher than volcanic vents should produce. One reading indicated temperatures near 600 degrees Fahrenheit, yet the surrounding area showed no lava or fault line. Chemical samples only deepen the mystery. Seawater, drawn from 35,000 feet, contains microscopic metallic spheres unlike any known mineral. Under magnification, they appear machined, tiny hollow shells with patterns resembling circuitry. Official reports call them crystallized manganese nodules. Off the record, a few researchers privately call them breadcrumbs. The trench also hums. Long-term acoustic monitors detect a continuous low-frequency vibration hovering around 7 Hz, below the range of human hearing, but strong enough to register on seismic instruments. It never stops, never wavers, never changes pitch. The Earth itself quakes and shifts, but the hum stays constant, like the baseline of the planet. Some believe it's just resonance from tectonic movement. Others wonder if it's something alive, something that's always been alive. In 2022, the Chinese submersible Haiqing recorded the hum increasing in volume as it neared the trench floor. On playback, technicians noticed faint modulations hidden within the tone, pulses separated by precise mathematical ratios. When converted into visual spectrograms, the pattern resembled a spiral. Nature loves symmetry, but it rarely writes equations. The data was quietly sealed, labeled non-biological interference. Yet months later, the same pattern reappeared halfway across the Pacific, as if the trench were transmitting. Not all anomalies come from machines. Some come from the human mind. Divers who've been near the trench's edge describe an inexplicable sensation, not fear, but recognition, a pull. "It felt like gravity, but emotional," one pilot said. Another reported hearing faint whispers through his suit's communication line, a language of clicks and tones that ceased the moment he spoke back. He assumed it was interference from the support vessel until he surfaced and learned the ship's radio had been offline for over an hour. Psychologists blame oxygen deprivation and sensory deprivation, yet recordings of those same dives often reveal faint background noise matching the trench's 7 Hz hum. Coincidence or conversation? Some scientists theorize the trench could act as a biological haven, a pocket of conditions perfect for extremophiles that evolved into something unrecognizable. Creatures built not of protein, but of metal and mineral, slow, massive, and ancient. In that theory, the metallic spheres aren't relics, they're eggs. The idea isn't as absurd as it sounds. Deep-sea vents already host bacteria that feed on iron and sulfur. Scale that chemistry up 1 billion years, and you might get life that pulses like a machine, breathes electricity, and regards us the way we regard plankton. Maybe the trench isn't a graveyard at all. Maybe it's a cradle. In 2023, a joint US-Japanese expedition planned to test that hypothesis by lowering a thermal drill into the trench's subfloor. 2 hours into the mission, communications cut off. When contact resumed 27 minutes later, the drill had retracted on its own. All onboard systems were functional, but the data core was wiped clean except for one file, a single black and white image of the seafloor. At first glance, it showed nothing but silt. Then analysts enhanced the contrast and saw what looked like a massive spiral groove etched into the mud, stretching out of frame. Each ring was perfectly spaced. The pattern matched the hum spectrogram. After that, all trench drilling projects were quietly suspended. Officially, safety concerns halted the research. Unofficially, no one wanted to disturb whatever might be down there. Because if the trench is transmitting, then it's listening too. The latest scans show subtle topographical shifts, ridges rising and falling by centimeters, like a slow, deliberate breath. Instruments measure it as natural flexing of tectonic plates, but when the rhythm aligns exactly with the 7 Hz frequency, the same as the ocean's hum, it starts to feel less like geology and more like a heartbeat. Every theory eventually hits the same wall. We don't belong there. Not physically, not mentally. The pressure alone guarantees that human eyes will never see the bottom directly. We can only send machines, and every machine we send returns altered, if it returns at all. So maybe the trench isn't trying to keep its secrets. Maybe it's protecting us from them. At 7 miles below, the ocean ends, and something else begins. A realm where biology meets physics, where silence feels sentient, and where the planet itself seems to be dreaming. We call it the Mariana Trench, but to whatever lies inside it, we might be the anomaly. And the summer of 1997, the Pacific Ocean spoke, and the world listened. Somewhere between South America and Antarctica, hydrophones designed to track submarines picked up a sound so powerful it vibrated through 3,000 miles of water. Scientists called it the bloop, an innocent name for something that terrified even those who study the sea for a living. It started as a low rumble, then rose sharply in pitch like the call of something vast inhaling. The entire event lasted less than a minute, but its echo bounced across the world's oceans. It wasn't just loud, it was alive. The sound bore the frequency patterns of an organic origin, the kind produced by muscle and motion, not ice or rock. And that was the problem, because to make a sound that big, the creature would have to dwarf every known species on Earth. The discovery was accidental. The hydrophones that caught the bloop were relics of the Cold War, part of the US Navy's secret SOSUS network, built to detect enemy submarines. After the system was declassified, scientists repurposed it for oceanic research. When the first recordings came through, the technicians assumed a whale had wandered too close to a microphone. But when they triangulated the source, their calculations broke belief. The signal's amplitude was so immense that the whale would have been several times larger than a blue whale, an impossibility. The coordinates pointed to a lonely stretch of ocean near 50 degrees south, 100 degrees west. The nearest landmass? Antarctica. More precisely, an area almost identical to where H.P. Lovecraft had once placed his fictional lost city of Varalier, the resting place of the monstrous Cthulhu. The coincidence was too perfect for the internet to ignore. Within days, forums and tabloids were screaming, "Something woke up." The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, released the sound publicly that year, a scratchy, distorted burst that rose in tone like a living breath. It didn't sound mechanical, it didn't sound geological, it sounded hungry. Conspiracy theories exploded overnight. Some swore it was proof of prehistoric leviathans trapped beneath Antarctic ice. Others whispered of secret military experiments or alien contact. The idea that the ocean itself might harbor something thinking and awake felt less like science fiction and more like a statistical possibility. For 15 years, the mystery deepened. The bloop was never heard again at that intensity, though smaller, fainter versions, nicknamed Slowdown, Train and Julia, appeared in other parts of the ocean. Each shared a similar organic signature, a slow rise in frequency, a curving tail, and a decay that sounded eerily like breath fading into silence. NOAA couldn't explain why these sounds appeared sporadically, often thousands of miles apart, or why they stopped just as suddenly. Then came the official answer. In 2012, NOAA announced that the bloop had finally been solved. It was nothing more than an icequake, the sound of a massive glacier fracturing and melting off the coast of Antarctica. The explanation fit neatly enough. Glacial calving can produce low-frequency rumbles capable of traveling long distances through water. Case closed. Except, not everyone was convinced. Acoustic analysts who studied the original waveform noticed details that didn't match ice activity. Icequakes generate chaotic, irregular spikes. The bloop showed symmetry and pacing, traits typical of biological movement. Moreover, the harmonics in the recording suggested a repeating muscular contraction, like a diaphragm. The sound didn't echo like fracturing ice. It pulsed. Even stranger, the hydrophones detected faint distortions milliseconds before and after the main sound, sub-frequencies so low they bordered on seismic tremor. To this day, no one knows if those were echoes or responses. Some researchers privately admitted it was as if the ocean had answered itself. The area where the sound originated remains almost completely unexplored. Beneath those coordinates lies a trench system extending 3 miles deep, with geothermal vents capable of supporting entire ecosystems hidden from light. If something colossal lived there, it could easily evade detection. The ocean absorbs evidence the way fire eats oxygen. Bodies sink, sound bends, signals vanish. But perhaps the most unnerving evidence isn't in the data. It's in the silence that followed. After 1997, hydrophones across the Pacific recorded a measurable dip in ambient biological noise. Fewer whale songs, fewer clicks, fewer calls. As if the sea's inhabitants had suddenly decided to go quiet. Some dismissed it as coincidence. Others called it instinct. Because when something that big makes a sound, everything else listens. In 2003, an independent research team from Chile deployed experimental hydrophones near the bloop coordinates. For 6 months, they heard nothing but current and whale song. Then one night, their instruments picked up a faint pulse. 5 rising tones, softer but similar in structure to the 1997 signal. It lasted 32 seconds. When they tried to replay it, the recording corrupted. Only the first 3 seconds remained, followed by static and a low, rhythmic thumping like distant drums. The data log ended abruptly. The lead technician, interviewed years later, said something that still haunts oceanographers. It wasn't the same sound. It was an answer. Since then, similar anomalies have cropped up around the globe, each quieter than the last, each carrying a familiar shape beneath the noise. One was detected near New Zealand in 2015, another off the coast of Argentina in 2019. Some acoustic models show them converging along the same underwater ridge, a path leading straight back to the South Pacific origin point. Whatever made the bloop might not have vanished. It might be migrating. Skeptics dismiss the entire affair as overblown myth-making, a blend of science, fear, and internet folklore. But deep-sea explorers know better. They've heard things. Sounds like whales that stretch for hours, or impacts with no seismic counterpart. The ocean is too vast, too old, to assume we've catalogued its every voice. If the sound really was biological, then the bloop wasn't a creature. It was a communication, a broadcast powerful enough to shake an ocean, heard once and never repeated, at least not at a volume we can detect. Maybe it wasn't meant for us. Maybe it was meant for something else that lives in the dark, something that listens deeper than we can measure. And if that's true, then the bloop isn't a mystery. It's a message, a single syllable in a language spoken in frequencies too ancient for human ears to comprehend. Whatever made it spoke once, and we're still waiting for the reply. The bloop was supposed to be an isolated event, a strange acoustic hiccup in the deep, explained and forgotten. But oceans don't forget. They archive everything in layers of sound, pressure and silence. And in the decades since that eerie vibration rolled across the Pacific, researchers have started finding echoes, fragments, traces of something that feels less like coincidence and more like a pattern. The first hint came from a NOAA survey in 2001, just a few years after the original recording. While mapping migratory whale routes in the South Pacific, analysts noticed subtle modulations buried in the background static, faint, rhythmic pulses that mirrored the bloop's structure but occurred at lower decibel levels. It was as if the sound were repeating itself, quieter, further away, like thunder fading over a horizon. They called them micro-bloops, though none could explain why they only appeared in winter and why their origin points kept drifting eastward toward the frozen edges of the Antarctic shelf. Then came the Russian Navy recordings. In 2006, declassified hydrophone data from a submarine patrol captured a 30-second hum off the Ross Sea coast. At first, it sounded like the groan of shifting ice, but when analyzed, the waveform revealed an unsettling feature, overtones that suggested harmonic layering, almost like two frequencies merging, one biological and one mechanical. The Russians dismissed it as equipment resonance. But Western scientists who reviewed the same data noted that the lower tone perfectly matched the bloop's original baseline frequency, 52 Hz, the same range as the legendary loneliest whale sound that has puzzled researchers for decades. Was it possible that these two mysteries, the bloop and the unknown whale, were connected? That maybe, just maybe, what we'd been hearing all along wasn't a single creature, but communication between species too ancient or too alien for us to classify? By 2010, the mystery took another turn. A private oceanographic company testing fiber optic cables reported unexplained resonance feedback every time their lines ran near the bloop's coordinates. Engineers described the sensation not as a sound, but as a presence, a steady oscillation that made the cables hum as though alive. When they cut power to stop the vibration, the signal persisted for several minutes before vanishing entirely. As one technician wrote in his notes, "It's like the ocean was still talking, even after we stopped listening." What made this event even more unnerving was its timing. It coincided with a recorded spike in deep-sea seismic noise throughout the Pacific Rim. Volcanic vents, tectonic rifts, undersea quakes, all increased activity in the same 2-week window. Scientists called it coincidence, but to those who remembered 1997, it felt like déjà vu, like something deep was stirring again. And then, silence. For nearly a decade, the hydrophones went quiet. Oceanic background noise returned to normal levels. No more anomalous hums, no more deep rumbles. The bloop had gone dormant, or so everyone thought. In 2016, an autonomous drone deployed by the University of Tasmania to monitor glacial melt detected an irregular vibration near the Balleny Islands. It wasn't as loud as the bloop, but the waveform was unmistakable. It began with a low rising tone, then surged upward before collapsing into static. The drone's onboard camera, recording the seafloor at the time, captured something peculiar, a faint distortion in the water column, like heat rippling through air. For a split second, a shadow passed through the frame, enormous and fluid, then dissolved into darkness. 3 days later, the drone malfunctioned. Its black box, recovered weeks afterward, contained nothing but corrupted data, except for one audio file labeled 000 bloop. The file was silent for 29 seconds, then ended with a faint, distant thump, steady, deliberate, almost heartbeat-like. By this point, theories had splintered. Some insisted it was glacial activity amplified by water density. Others argued it was proof of an unknown species, possibly a surviving relative of prehistoric leviathans, adapted to the crushing depths. A few ventured further, claiming the bloop was artificial, a sonar signature of something built beneath the ice, not born of it. One of the strangest clues came from satellite thermal scans. Images taken over several years show localized bursts of heat radiating upward through the water column at intervals that match the sound's occurrences. These plumes aren't volcanic. They appear and vanish without trace. Their position shifts slightly with every recording, tracing a loose spiral path across the South Pacific. To some, that spiral looked familiar, the same pattern noted in trench anomalies thousands of miles away. If that's coincidence, it's a remarkably consistent one. And yet, there's something more unnerving than the sound itself, the way the ocean behaves around it. Marine life patterns change drastically following every bloop detection. Whale migration routes alter course, squid populations drop, deep-sea fish disappear from radar. It's as though the sea empties itself, retreating from something unseen. Nature doesn't react that way to ice cracking. It reacts that way to predators. One diver who participated in a later Antarctic expedition put it best. The ocean didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. When the final analysis came in from NOAA's 2020 archival review, something chilling emerged. They cross-referenced all known hydroacoustic anomalies since 1960 and found that every major unknown sound shared a subtle harmonic thread, the same underlying frequency, repeating across decades, sometimes years apart, like a voice humming the same note beneath generations of static. If the bloop is part of that pattern, it might not be a random burst at all. It could be one phrase in an unending transmission, a message encoded in the movements of water, meant not for us, but for something else that knows how to listen. Maybe that's why we've only heard it once so clearly, because it wasn't calling to us, it was calling through us, and we just happened to be in the way. The deeper you dive into the data, the clearer it becomes. The bloop was never an isolated anomaly. It was an opening statement in a language older than humanity, spoken in sound waves powerful enough to shake the Pacific itself. And if there's one rule that holds true from the deep sea to the stars, it's this: nothing speaks without expecting an answer. Perhaps the silence that followed isn't peace. Perhaps it's waiting. Because somewhere beneath the waves, under miles of cold black pressure, something still listens, something that can make the ocean sing. And the next time it decides to speak, the world might not just hear it, it might feel it. The ocean is the perfect place to make something vanish. It swallows steel, silence, and secrets with equal appetite. But even by those standards, the number of submarines that have disappeared without a trace, military or otherwise, borders on the supernatural. For every wreck we've found, at least a dozen others simply ceased to exist. No debris, no signal, no goodbye, just the deep taking back what it never wanted us to touch. History remembers some of the names: the USS Scorpion, the Soviet K-129, the French Minerve, the Indonesian Nanggala. Each story follows the same haunting rhythm: routine mission, sudden loss of contact, endless speculation. And yet, when investigators piece together the evidence, something always feels wrong. Black boxes found with corrupted data, hull fragments showing signs of implosion before pressure failure. Clocks that stopped minutes before the first emergency ping. It's as if time itself stutters right before the abyss claims its next victim. Take the K-129, a Soviet ballistic missile submarine that vanished in 1968 somewhere north of Hawaii. The official cause was catastrophic mechanical failure, but declassified documents tell a stranger story. American satellites detected a brief, intense magnetic surge, then nothing. Weeks later, a Navy hydrophone picked up a low-frequency thud, followed by what sounded like metallic scraping across the seafloor. When the US secretly launched Project Azorian to recover part of the wreck, they found the hull twisted, its metal warped inward like it had been pulled instead of crushed. And in the control room, one peculiar detail stood out. Every clock aboard was frozen at 9:15. The USS Scorpion followed just 2 months later. It was returning from a mission in the Atlantic when it suddenly stopped responding to radio calls. The Navy searched for 5 months before finding the sub 10,000 feet below. The wreck showed no signs of explosion, no hull breach consistent with implosion. The vessel looked placed there. Its torpedo tubes were open, but the warheads were missing. To this day, no one knows why. Patterns like these keep emerging. In 1989, the Soviet Komsomolets sank after a mysterious onboard fire. Survivors described echoes in the water, deep metallic rumbles that reverberated through the hull moments before systems failed. Decades later, modern sonar surveys found something disturbing. The wreck had shifted position by nearly 40 meters since its discovery, despite resting on a flat, stable seabed. The explanation? Seismic activity. The reality? The ocean doesn't move wrecks. Something else does. Then there's the Thresher. In 1963, this cutting-edge US nuclear sub was lost during deep-dive testing off Cape Cod. Audio records from a nearby monitoring station captured the vessel's last moments, steady communication, a garbled transmission, and then a series of sharp metallic snaps. Not explosions, not implosions, just tearing. The official report blamed a failed pipe and reactor shutdown. But when scientists later enhanced the audio, they found a rhythmic background noise underneath the chaos, a pattern repeating every 11 seconds, too regular to be natural. It sounded like sonar, but no vessel in the area was transmitting. Some engineers whisper about deep resonance zones, regions where sound, magnetism, and pressure interact in ways we still don't understand. These zones stretch across the world's trenches and ridges, and many submarine disappearances occur right along their edges. The theory goes that these areas can distort electromagnetic fields, scramble navigation, even bend light. But to the few who've studied it closely, those explanations feel like comforting lies. Because the data suggests something more intentional. These zones behave like traps, switching on and off, sometimes for minutes, sometimes for years. One declassified sonar map from 1979 shows concentric circles of interference surrounding the K219 wreck site in the Atlantic, spaced almost evenly like ripples from a dropped stone. But there was no explosion, no seismic event, just energy pulsing outward from the wreck, as if something below had woken up. When you talk to the people who've been down there, divers, technicians, drone pilots, you hear the same unease. They describe the feeling of being followed by invisible mass, of shadows that shouldn't exist without light, of sonar echoes that return twice, as if mimicked. Some say it's just the pressure messing with perception. Others have seen too much to laugh it off. One former Navy operator recalled sending a sonar ping that returned from behind his own vessel, as though something had sent the same signal back to him. Slower, deeper, deliberate. The most chilling reports come from classified unmanned missions. A handful of drones deployed to photograph wrecks have failed to return data, only to resurface days later, drifting intact but empty. Their memory cards show hours of static interrupted by faint, distant noises. Some sound like tapping, others sound like breathing. In 2010, a US probe sent to document the Scorpion wreck transmitted one final image before shutting down. A blurred, curved surface behind the sub's hull, massive, smooth, reflective. Analysts dismissed it as lens flare, but several frame technicians disagreed. They said the reflection showed the sub itself. From a distance, no camera was positioned to take. It's as though the ocean records its own surveillance. Even in recent years, the disappearances haven't stopped. The ARA San Juan, an Argentine submarine lost in 2017, sent a final transmission mentioning an electrical failure and short circuit due to water ingress. But sonar logs from nearby research stations captured a second event, an unregistered pulse of acoustic energy seconds before the sub went dark. No one can explain where it came from. Some believe these vanishings are all connected, that there's something in the deep that reacts to the noise, heat, or movement of machines. A vast intelligence or natural mechanism that treats intrusion as infection. Maybe the ocean has defense systems older than humanity, currents that shift like reflexes, pressure zones that fold reality until steel collapses like paper. Or maybe, as one anonymous engineer wrote in a classified report, the ocean remembers everything that touches it. And sometimes it takes back what doesn't belong. Whatever the truth, the pattern remains the same. No matter the country, technology, or time period, the sea swallows its secrets cleanly. And in every case, the last transmission always ends the same way. Silence. But listen closely to those black box recordings, and you'll hear something strange in that silence. It isn't empty. It's humming. And sometimes, just faintly, it hums back. No human invention is designed to survive forever, especially not those meant to trespass into the ocean's blackest chambers. Yet, when submarines vanish, the sea doesn't always erase them quietly. It leaves behind evidence that whispers, scratches that spiral against the grain of steel, burn marks where no fire could burn, instruments that fail in patterns too organized to be random. For oceanographers, each new disappearance feels less like tragedy and more like repetition, an old story retold with new victims. When the Argentine submarine ARA San Juan went missing in 2017, the initial explanation was simple: a battery explosion caused by seawater flooding the snorkel. But the details told another story. The vessel's final log mentioned an intense noise unlike any prior system malfunction. Analysis of underwater acoustic data later confirmed a violent implosion. Yet minutes before the recorded event, hydrophones captured a secondary rhythmic pulse. It wasn't natural. It was structured like sonar, but it didn't match any known military frequency. It pulsed 3 times, paused, and repeated. The same sequence heard in several previous incidents. The ocean has patterns, and this one was beginning to look like language. A classified report from 2019 noted an unnerving connection between submarine loss zones and deep-sea geological anomalies. Each disappearance aligned near magnetic fault lines, areas where the planet's field twists irregularly. In some cases, sonar data showed these magnetic readings reacting to the sub's presence, as though something below responded to intrusion by distorting the field itself. A few researchers suggested this could be natural electromagnetic interference caused by conductive minerals. Others, off the record, spoke of something alive. Deep beneath those magnetic scars, tremors sometimes appear out of nowhere. Not earthquakes, vibrations. They're too smooth, too rhythmic, too measured. The most famous occurred near the wreck of the Soviet K-219 in 1986. Monitoring stations detected a series of low-frequency bursts radiating outward from the wreck site, like sonar pings, but much slower. Then, nothing. When divers returned months later, they found the submarine's position had shifted 8 meters despite lying on flat terrain. No current in the area could explain the movement. One diver, on his last trip before retirement, refused to go back down. He said the sound wasn't coming from the wreck. It was coming through it. Fast forward to 2004. The Indian Navy loses contact with a diesel sub during routine exercises in the Bay of Bengal. It reappears 12 hours later on radar, 20 miles from its last known position, stationary, silent. When recovery teams arrive, they find it upright, undamaged, completely intact. But the crew is gone. Hatches sealed from the inside, air tanks full, instruments still humming. Inside, the walls bear condensation patterns, perfect concentric circles, as if something had pressed against the metal with immense heat, then vanished. The official report called it rapid thermal exchange caused by a system malfunction. The photos were never released. Every navy has its ghosts, but even civilian expeditions aren't immune. In 2012, a privately funded submersible conducting geological surveys off the coast of Guam reported persistent echo interference. The pilot joked that it sounded like something knocking on the hull. The signal grew stronger as they descended, until it became deafening. Instruments froze, lights dimmed, and the last transmission came through in a single distorted sentence. "It's not outside anymore." The sub was found days later, resting upright in the sand, hatch open. The pilot was gone. The black box contained 47 minutes of static, and faintly beneath it, the same 3-pulse rhythm. These aren't coincidences. Each incident shares the same threads: magnetic distortion, rhythmic pulses, movement of wrecks long after settling. Scientists have proposed countless theories: gas eruptions, microquakes, sonar feedback, but none explain why so many events seem aware of observation, why sensors spike only when humans are present, why the ocean behaves differently when we're watching. One hypothesis, buried deep in a 1994 NATO report, suggests that the ocean floor could host vast, slow-moving organisms, entities whose scale and composition defy conventional biology. Imagine creatures that live in pressures beyond comprehension, bodies merging with mineral and current, generating low-frequency vibrations to communicate across continents. If something like that exists, a submarine might not just intrude, it might sound like a rival. That theory was dismissed publicly, but privately it lingers. Because there's evidence. Sonar maps showing massive, moving voids with no heat, no reflection, no visible body, like shadows in the water, traveling miles in minutes. The Navy calls them acoustic phantoms. Those who've seen them prefer another name: listeners. In 2020, a joint mission between the US and Japan launched a probe equipped with high-sensitivity sonar near one of these phantom zones. For 8 hours, it recorded continuous, low-frequency vibration, steady and uniform, matching the pitch of the Earth's natural resonance. Then, abruptly, the signal changed. The frequency began to mirror the probe's own sonar pattern, adapting to its intervals in real time. The ocean was echoing it back. When the probe resurfaced, its hull bore strange marks. Long, curved grooves forming an almost circular pattern. Inside, its temperature sensors had melted without external heat damage. Engineers described the readings as biological mimicry, something copying their technology through pressure, not energy. The implications were terrifying. If something can imitate sonar, distort magnetism, and mimic our signals, then maybe the ocean isn't killing these vessels. Maybe it's consuming their language. The last disappearance on record happened just last year, an unmanned research sub near the Puerto Rico Trench. Its live feed cut out mid-transmission, showing what looked like a curtain of black mist rising from the seafloor. Before the signal died, a single sound came through, a deep, resonant thud followed by 3 slow pulses. Then silence. The probe never returned. You could dismiss it all as coincidence, pattern-seeking, human fear of the unknown. Or you could accept the possibility that our machines are knocking on a door we don't understand, and that something on the other side has started knocking back. Because every disappearance isn't random, it's response. The ocean doesn't just drown the uninvited, it answers them. And every time another sub descends into that endless dark, the same question echoes across the deep. What if the sea isn't swallowing them? What if it's calling them home? Light isn't supposed to exist in the deep. At a certain point, roughly 1,000 meters below the surface, sunlight dies completely, leaving nothing but an eternal black. Yet explorers keep reporting the same impossible thing, flashes of illumination appearing where none should be. Not the gentle glow of bioluminescent jellyfish or the soft shimmer of plankton, but bursts of light with shape, rhythm, and direction. The deep ocean, it seems, occasionally turns its own lights on. It started with fishing trawlers in the 1970s, working off the coasts of Japan and Chile. Crewmen described seeing pulsing green orbs surfacing miles offshore, hovering just beneath the waves before fading back into blackness. They moved too quickly and uniformly to be fish schools. Some followed vessels for hours, shifting color from pale blue to blood red in eerie synchrony. Many dismissed them as optical illusions, until radar confirmed objects moving in the same formation. When the Japanese research sub Shinkai 2000 descended into the Izu Ogasawara Trench in 1981, cameras captured the first recorded footage of these ghost lights. The images were grainy, but unmistakable. 4 points of light arranged in a line, drifting parallel to the sub. They maintained constant distance, unaffected by current, until they suddenly vanished. A few seconds later, the same 4 lights appeared below the submersible, then again behind it. The sequence repeated 3 times before ending in a blinding flash that overloaded the camera sensor. No heat signature, no source. Just light in pure, deliberate motion. The event remained classified for nearly 2 decades. When the footage was declassified in 2002, analysts noticed something odd about the flash pattern. It mirrored Morse code. Specifically, 3 short bursts, 3 long, 3 short, SOS. At first, scientists assumed equipment malfunction or reflected light from the sub. But further analysis ruled that out. The angle of illumination was impossible from any onboard source. The trench had sent its own signal. Other expeditions soon encountered similar anomalies. In 1995, the American sub Alvin was exploring hydrothermal vents in the East Pacific Rise when it recorded hundreds of small, coordinated lights forming spiraling shapes above the vent fields. They weren't drifting. They were assembling. The lights converged into a pattern resembling a helix, then disbanded into clouds of glowing dust. The crew reported no change in temperature or chemical composition in the surrounding water, just a sense that the deep had woken up. And then came the black flashes. Unlike the ghost lights, these were sudden reversals, brief moments when darkness itself seemed to brighten, not from luminescence, but from the absence of darkness. Cameras caught negative images, as if the void inverted for a heartbeat. Instruments went haywire. Some divers reported temporary disorientation, claiming they could see outlines of structures miles away for a few seconds before total blackness returned. These flashes lasted less than a blink, but left after-effects in video logs, frames corrupted with spirals, fractals, and patterns too symmetrical to be random noise. Researchers studying these events discovered something deeply unsettling. The timing of the flashes corresponded with shifts in electromagnetic field strength and seismic tremors. In other words, the lights were responding to the planet itself, as if the Earth's own pulse triggered them. One theory proposes these lights are natural electrical discharges, underwater equivalents of lightning, caused by mineral-rich currents and intense pressure. Another suggests bioluminescent organisms too vast and ancient to be recognized as single entities, colonies that pulse light like neurons firing in a brain the size of a mountain. But then there's the third theory, the one scientists rarely say aloud. The lights could be artificial. Deep-sea drones have recorded movements too precise, too geometric, too intentional. Lines forming hexagons, circles spiraling outward, columns of light rotating around invisible axes. One sequence filmed in 2018 shows a grid of 12 lights rising from the seafloor, stopping abruptly 50 meters above and then folding inward, as if retracting. The video was cut short when the drone's power system overloaded. Post-analysis revealed residual electromagnetic fields strong enough to magnetize nearby equipment. Even stranger, when researchers converted the light sequences into binary code, they discovered repeating numerical patterns, prime numbers, arranged in sets of 3. Nature doesn't do that by accident. Some oceanographers believe these ghost lights could be evidence of an undiscovered phenomenon. Perhaps the ocean's own version of the aurora borealis, generated by magnetic anomalies interacting with charged minerals. Others think it's something older, remnants of energy from meteor impacts or ancient undersea volcanic events still echoing across millennia. But among deep-sea divers, a darker belief circulates. They whisper that the lights are watchers, sentinels of something buried below the sediment, flickering to life whenever humans stray too close. In 2021, a Chinese submersible recorded what might be the most disturbing incident to date. While descending into the Philippine Trench, the crew noticed a glowing sphere roughly 30 meters in diameter hovering in the distance. It emitted no heat and drifted without current, like a jellyfish suspended in time. When they approached, the light dimmed, then pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Suddenly, all communication systems cut out. Cameras froze, and the crew described feeling intense pressure inside their bodies, as though gravity had reversed. The light vanished, and the sub's control systems rebooted spontaneously. The footage recovered from the black box showed only static until the final frame, which displayed faint glowing symbols resembling letters. When decoded, they matched no known language. What unnerves scientists most is that these lights don't behave like natural anomalies. They react. They appear when technology enters their territory. They mimic signals. They send back patterns that look suspiciously like messages. One researcher summarized it perfectly. We didn't discover light in the dark. The dark noticed our light and responded. If that's true, then perhaps these aren't random bursts of illumination at all. Maybe they're communication attempts, warnings, greetings, or something else entirely. Because if the ocean has intelligence, these ghost lights may be its language. And if that's the case, we're not just exploring the deep anymore. We're interrupting it. When light appears where none should, it does more than illuminate. It rewrites reality. Every recorded encounter with the so-called ghost lights leaves behind a kind of residue, both physical and psychological. Divers report phantom after-images long after resurfacing, floating orbs that blink at the edges of their vision for days. Submersibles return with scorched circuits or hard drives overwritten by empty code. And yet, for all the data collected, no one has captured one of these lights behaving the same way twice. Each appearance is unique, almost adaptive. In 2009, the Norwegian vessel Mariana Dawn was conducting a deep-sea cable inspection near the Pacific Rim when it detected a sudden increase in ambient luminosity. Cameras revealed 3 luminous arcs forming a slow, perfect circle around the sub. They weren't drifting particles, they moved against the current, enclosing the craft like a halo. Then, just as the crew began to retreat, the lights converged, fusing into a spiral that pulsed outward in concentric waves. Instruments spiked. The sub's depth gauge began climbing even though they hadn't moved. For 30 seconds, it seemed gravity itself reversed. When everything stabilized, the lights were gone, and the team realized they'd been displaced almost 1.2 kilometers from their previous coordinates, instantly, without propulsion. The official report lists the event as localized current anomaly. But among the crew it earned a different name, the lift. They swore the lights didn't just move them physically, they relocated them. Other expeditions have experienced subtler manifestations. In 2014, off the coast of Chile, marine biologists studying bioluminescent plankton found that their samples glowed even after isolation, long after they should have gone dark. Under a microscope, each cell flickered in sync with a rhythm identical to the recorded ghost light pulses. It was as if the plankton remembered what the deep had shown them. Weeks later, every sample disintegrated into a fine silver dust that clung to glass and refused to dissolve in water. Electronic malfunctions are common during encounters. Deep-sea drones lose memory, timestamps drift, compasses loop endlessly. One ROV returned from a dive near the Tonga Trench with its internal clock rewound precisely 12 hours. Engineers thought it was a software glitch until they checked its chemical sensors. They too had reverted readings to levels recorded the previous day. Whatever the lights are, they bend more than physics. They seem to bend chronology, and then there are the sounds. In every case where visual anomalies appear, hydrophones capture corresponding acoustic phenomena. Low thrumming, like the hum of distant engines, followed by bursts of static that translate into mathematical ratios when plotted on spectrograms. Some match the Fibonacci sequence. Others follow prime intervals, patterns humans associate with structure, not randomness. One audio engineer described the tones as music with no melody, organized chaos, perfectly deliberate. When scientists overlay these sound patterns with light pulse intervals, the data lines up precisely, light and sound, synchronized across miles of pressure and darkness. If the deep is communicating, this could be its syntax, flashes as consonants, vibrations as vowels. We've spent decades assuming these signals were accidents of nature. Maybe they're not. In 2017, a joint European expedition aimed to capture one in real time using a high-definition array. Their submersible descended into the Kermadec Trench, trailing fiber optic cables linked directly to surface computers. For 5 hours, they recorded nothing but black water, until a single orb appeared, glowing white-blue, hovering meters ahead of the camera. It expanded slowly, as if inhaling, then emitted a sharp burst of light. The onboard sensors registered a temperature drop of 5 degrees. Then the orb divided, splitting into hundreds of smaller spheres that arranged themselves in a lattice pattern, rotating in perfect silence. The lead researcher, Dr. Ilara Nystrom, tried transmitting sonar pulses toward the formation. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS. The lights froze, then replied with the exact same pattern in reverse. The ocean answered. Moments later, the feed dissolved into static. When communication resumed, the formation was gone. The crew surfaced shaken but unharmed, yet every recording device on board had been wiped clean. The only surviving data was a single text file on the mission's main server. 3 words: "We see you." Investigators blamed human error, claiming someone tampered with the system. But the ship's logs showed no remote access, and the text file's creation time matched the minute of the light event. What were those words? A message from something intelligent, or the sub's dying circuits echoing human fear? The answer, as always, vanished with the data. Still, there are moments when evidence slips through. In 2022, a Japanese satellite scanning the Pacific detected faint, persistent illumination stretching across a 300-mile radius, an enormous arc of dim light visible only in ultraviolet spectrum. It faded within hours. When plotted, the arc's curvature intersected with 3 of the last known ghost light incidents. Together, they formed a triangle, one point resting directly above the Mariana Trench. Coincidence, maybe. But the triangle has since pulsed again, every 27 hours, on the dot, measurable from space. Not bright enough for the human eye, but constant, predictable, alive. Some think the lights are a planetary mechanism, energy discharges that stabilize Earth's magnetic field. Others say they're alive, a collective organism communicating through photons and sound, too vast and slow for us to comprehend. A few go further, suggesting the lights are guardians, warning us away from something below, something that should never be seen. Because whenever we chase them, they retreat. Whenever we leave, they reappear. The abyss behaves like a nervous system, firing signals when disturbed, and maybe, just maybe, the ghost lights are its reflexes, its eyes blinking open. When explorers describe their final moments in the dark, they don't talk about fear, they talk about recognition. The lights don't feel alien, they feel familiar, like a memory surfacing from somewhere deeper than the sea. Perhaps that's why every human drawn to the deep eventually looks up from their instruments and whispers the same question. Are we discovering the ocean's secrets, or remembering our own? Because sometimes the blackness flashes back, and for one impossible second, you realize the abyss doesn't just reflect light, it reflects you. In June of 2011, a Swedish treasure-hunting crew scanning the Baltic Sea for shipwrecks stumbled upon something that didn't belong there. At first, it appeared as nothing more than a strange circular formation on sonar, roughly 200 feet across, 300 feet down, resting on a featureless seabed. But when the team zoomed in, they saw geometry, straight lines, perfect arcs, sharp edges that nature doesn't make. One of the crew, a former naval diver, muttered, "It looks like the Millennium Falcon." They laughed. Then they stopped laughing. This discovery, later named the Baltic Sea Anomaly, became one of the most controversial and unsettling finds in modern maritime history. The object's outline looked engineered, like a disk or structure partly buried in the sediment. Around it, sonar revealed long, parallel grooves stretching for hundreds of feet, as though something had slid across the seafloor before coming to rest. Ocean X, the company behind the find, expected to locate a World War II wreck. Instead, they'd found something that defied every geological map of the region. At first glance, skeptics dismissed it as a glacial deposit, an oddly shaped rock formation left behind by retreating ice. But when divers descended later that summer, the rock didn't behave like rock. Instruments malfunctioned the closer they got. Cameras flickered, compasses spun, and batteries drained in seconds. Even sonar blacked out entirely, replaced by a buzzing hum that seemed to emanate from the object itself. One diver described the sensation as standing next to a power line that hums inside your bones. The hum was too low to hear clearly, but strong enough to feel, a vibration that rattled teeth and skull. When they touched the surface, they found it unnaturally smooth, like metal or concrete, and strangely warm compared to the surrounding water. A thin layer of silt coated the structure, but beneath it lay something manufactured. Ridges, circular indentations, and what appeared to be carved channels. At 300 feet deep, the Baltic Sea is a cold, quiet place, but on that dive, it wasn't quiet. Hydrophones picked up rhythmic pulses. 3 beats, pause, repeat, the same haunting pattern reported in the Mariana Trench and from missing submarine sites. Coincidence? Perhaps. But when divers resurfaced, their electronic logs showed missing time. 45 minutes unaccounted for. The media went wild. UFO at the bottom of the Baltic, screamed headlines. Scientists rolled their eyes. Geological experts claimed it was a natural basalt formation sculpted by glaciers. But none of those experts could explain the electromagnetic interference. None could explain why sonar couldn't penetrate it. None could explain the perfect symmetry of its design, or why the grooves behind it looked like impact scars, not erosion. Ocean X returned in 2012 with upgraded equipment. This time, their remotely operated vehicle ROV captured detailed images of the anomaly's surface. The photos revealed a staircase-like feature descending into a dark circular cavity, and nearby, what looked like a massive dome covered in hexagonal patterns. Beneath one ledge, the ROV's camera recorded a circular opening that led into blackness. They tried to maneuver inside, but the signal dropped instantly. When it reconnected, the feed showed nothing but static, followed by a flash of white light that lasted 0.7 seconds. The drone system rebooted automatically, as though triggered by an external command. Geologists from Stockholm University who reviewed the footage publicly dismissed it as digital interference. Privately, one of them told Ocean X's founder, "Whatever that thing is, it's not geology." Subsequent dives only deepened the mystery. Compass malfunctions, pressure fluctuations, even diver disorientation plagued every mission. One operator claimed to see light emanating from within the anomaly itself, a dim blue glow that pulsed once, like a heartbeat before fading. The effect was never captured on camera, but multiple crew members corroborated the sighting. Adding to the unease were peculiar sonar readings near the structure, metallic echoes that didn't match its physical shape, almost like reflections from invisible extensions stretching outward in all directions. When plotted on a 3D model, these echoes formed a pattern resembling spokes on a wheel. If accurate, the object wasn't a flat disk at all. It was the tip of something much larger buried below. Ocean X planned further excavation, but was blocked by Sweden's maritime authorities, citing environmental protection zones. No such zones had existed before. Access to the site became restricted within months. The team was ordered to cease all operations pending geological safety assessments. Unofficially, insiders claimed a NATO vessel had passed through the area days earlier, conducting its own scans before leaving without comment. Curiously, after that incident, the anomaly's magnetic interference subsided. Instruments worked normally. The hum disappeared. When divers returned months later, the structure was silent, too silent. The once warm surface had cooled to match the surrounding water. Even the grooves behind it seemed partially filled, as if the seabed had begun healing itself. But before the phenomenon ended, Ocean X retrieved one final piece of evidence, a small fragment chipped from the surface during drilling. Laboratory analysis found traces of manganese, titanium, and an unknown crystalline compound with properties similar to quartz, but denser and unusually conductive. When exposed to electric current, the fragment emitted faint light pulses, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS. Again. Coincidence stacked upon coincidence. Similar rhythms had been heard in the trench, near submarine wrecks, even within deep-sea sound anomalies. Could this be part of a larger system? An interconnected network buried across the planet's oceans, communicating in patterns we barely detect? If so, the Baltic anomaly might be more than an artifact. It might be a node. Some whisper it's ancient technology, perhaps from a lost civilization, perhaps not human at all. Others insist it's geological coincidence, but no one can explain the data blackout that follows every dive near it. Cameras shut down, compasses freeze, clocks skip. The ocean itself seems to refuse to record. Whatever it is, it feels deliberate, designed to be hidden, to sleep, and every attempt to study it seems to wake it up. Because whenever the instruments hum, the deep hums back. The second phase of exploration into the Baltic Sea anomaly began not with scientists, but with silence. After the 2012 missions ended in controversy, the site was effectively abandoned, officially for environmental protection, but everyone involved knew it wasn't about coral or currents. Something down there had made governments nervous, and yet silence never lasts long. Curiosity is a louder force than fear. By 2014, independent researchers began sneaking back. They used modified drones, smaller, unregistered, nameless machines designed to go unnoticed. These weren't treasure hunters anymore. They were believers, obsessed with what the anomaly might really be. Their data, though patchy, painted a picture even stranger than Ocean X's original findings. First, the surface readings. The area surrounding the structure emitted low levels of radiation, not enough to harm, but enough to register above background. More unsettling, the readings pulsed, fluctuating every 26 hours. Same interval as the mysterious global frequency shifts measured in deep-sea studies from the Mariana Trench. The pattern, again, was 3 beats. Pause, 3 beats. It was as if the same hidden language stretched across oceans, whispered through rock, sound, and light. The team sent a submersible drone fitted with LIDAR to map the seafloor. At first, it revealed the circular shape they expected, but below that disk lay something else. A hollow cavity, descending at least 40 meters deeper than sonar had shown before. The cavity's walls curved inward, almost like a funnel, and at the base, barely visible through sediment, were what looked like 3 perfect rings carved concentrically, each etched with repeating geometric patterns. No one could agree what they meant. To some, they looked like structural reinforcements. To others, like inscriptions. When the LiDAR data was processed on shore, the imagery revealed something impossible. The rings formed a spiral identical to the waveform of the low-frequency hum previously recorded in the area. The object didn't just make sound, it was sound frozen into form. Days later, the team lost one of their drones. Its last transmission wasn't video, but a line of text encoded in the signal metadata. It read simply, Interference detected. Source unknown. Adjusting frequency. Then the feed cut. Weeks passed before anyone dared to go back. But when they did, the missing drone was there, sitting upright on the seafloor beside the anomaly, undamaged, lights blinking. Its internal storage had been wiped clean, replaced with a single audio file. When played, it emitted a deep, rhythmic pulse that shook speakers and vibrated the walls of the lab. A technician, half joking, pointed out that when converted to a visual spectrogram, the pattern formed a shape, an arc, a circle, and 3 dots. The same symbol carved into one of the Baltic's submerged stones, known from Viking mythology. Stones often associated with the road to the undersea world. The deeper the team dove, the more reality seemed to bend. Compasses pointed toward the structure, no matter their calibration. Timekeeping devices lost synchronization, diverging by seconds that multiplied into minutes the closer they got. One diver described feeling watched from below, as if eyes existed beneath the metal. Another said the water tasted metallic, like electricity and rust. And then there were the lights. On a late August night in 2015, one of the drones recorded faint illumination emanating from cracks in the anomaly's surface. Soft blue at first, then green, spreading across its outer rim like veins lighting up. The glow intensified for 9 full seconds before fading completely. During that brief illumination, every compass within a kilometer radius aligned perfectly north. Afterward, they spun again. The light sequence matched no known bioluminescent pattern, nor did it correspond to any marine phenomenon. But when slowed down and mapped frame by frame, the light pulses revealed intervals identical to the SOS rhythm noted during previous encounters. Someone, or something down there, was repeating the same signal, as if waiting for an answer humanity didn't know how to give. When word of the incident leaked, official agencies descended again. This time, not with divers, but with encryption. Satellite imaging of the area was restricted. Research permits were revoked. One scientist who had shared her data anonymously online found her servers erased remotely within days. Still, fragments survived. In one recovered email, a researcher described an event she refused to call coincidence. "We believe the Baltic structure isn't isolated. The same magnetic hum patterns are appearing beneath the Norwegian Trench, the Black Sea shelf, and near the Antarctic ridge. They pulse together, as if synced. If this is natural, then Earth itself is alive. If it's not, then something else is using the planet as a network." Another leaked document included spectral graphs comparing the anomaly's resonance frequency to that of deep space radio bursts. The resemblance was uncanny. If true, the Baltic object might not be ancient or terrestrial at all. It could be a remnant, a fragment of something that didn't fall into the sea, but grew from it. Some scientists privately theorize it's a form of sentient mineral, capable of storing and transmitting information. Others think it's the remains of a structure buried during a time when sea levels were far lower, perhaps an artifact of a civilization erased by time. Yet for all the theories, the anomaly remains stubbornly silent until you disturb it. Each attempt to probe, drill, or even scan it triggers interference, like an immune response. As though the structure recognizes intrusion and reacts with electromagnetic pulses designed to push us away. Maybe that's its purpose, not to be found, but to guard what lies beneath it. For now, it sleeps again under layers of silt and secrecy. The hum has faded, the lights have died, and access to the site is once more forbidden. But divers still whisper of faint vibrations under the hull when passing through that sector of the Baltic, tiny, almost imperceptible, yet steady. The same 3 pulses, the same pause, and if you listen long enough, the ocean seems to whisper a question that chills every scientist who's ever stared at that sonar image. Did we find it? Or did it let us? Imagine descending through miles of crushing darkness, your submersible drifting silently over the ocean floor, and then, suddenly, you see a shoreline. A mirror-like surface spreads beneath you, reflecting your lights with eerie precision. It looks like water sitting on water, but it isn't. You've reached a brine pool, one of Earth's strangest and most hostile environments, a place where even the ocean itself refuses to mix. Brine pools are underwater lakes, dense, hypersaline basins trapped within the sea, formed when ancient salt deposits dissolved and created pockets of water so thick that they act as liquid walls. Touch their surface, and your probe doesn't glide through. It plunges in, sinking like a stone. These lakes are toxic, filled with hydrogen sulfide, methane, and salt concentrations several times higher than seawater. Fish that stray into them die instantly. Their bodies float motionless, perfectly preserved, as if time itself stops at the brine's edge. They call them the pools of death. First discovered in the Gulf of Mexico in the 1980s, these underwater lakes became an obsession for scientists. The first ROVs that descended into their shimmering boundaries recorded surreal scenes, edges rimmed with white bacterial mats, bubbling vents belching methane, and creatures dancing on the border like sentries. But the deeper they looked, the stranger things became. One submersible pilot described seeing light flickers deep within a brine pool, like phosphorescent ripples moving under glass. When his camera zoomed in, he swore he saw silhouettes, forms rising and dissolving in the viscous dark, too solid to be gas, too fluid to be fish. The footage was inconclusive, distorted by refracted density. Still, he insisted something was moving inside the lake. Something watching. Scientists initially assumed the strange lights were chemical reactions between salt and methane. But as exploration expanded, they discovered consistency between pools separated by continents. Whether in the Gulf, the Red Sea, or the Mediterranean's L'Atalante basin, the same patterns appeared. Ribbons of blue light twisting beneath the surface, pulsing in rhythmic intervals. And then came the sounds. Hydrophones lowered into brine pools recorded low-frequency tones, steady, repeating, almost melodic. The frequencies hovered around 20 Hz, too low for the human ear, but capable of vibrating entire structures. Some were perfectly harmonic, like chords held for minutes at a time. Others fluctuated in patterns eerily similar to those detected in the Mariana Trench. The same cadence, the same pulse. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. Coincidence? The ocean rarely deals in coincidence. In 2005, a mission to the Red Sea's Atlantis II Deep captured one of the most unnerving discoveries in modern oceanography. The brine's surface began to oscillate as the ROV approached, rippling outward like something beneath was stirring. The water temperature rose by 5 degrees, pressure sensors fluctuated, and for 30 seconds, visibility turned opaque. When the haze cleared, the ROV's manipulator arm, made of titanium, was partially pitted, as if exposed to extreme heat. Chemical tests later showed no sign of acid. But the ROV's audio log caught something else. A faint, rhythmic clicking, almost like sonar, emanating from within the pool. It didn't echo, it answered. Researchers compared the clicks to known species, no match. The spacing between pulses followed a numerical pattern matching the Fibonacci sequence. The odds of that occurring naturally? Nearly impossible. Every expedition that followed returned with similar anomalies. mechanical failure, unexplained interference, missing timestamps, and occasionally shadows visible just below the surface. The brine reflected their lights like a perfect mirror, and yet, sometimes, that reflection blinked back. In one incident, the deep discoverer ROV observed a circular disturbance rippling across a brine pool's surface. At the center, a small vortex formed, just wide enough to swallow a camera drone. The vortex pulsed, not like a current, but like a heartbeat, before collapsing entirely. When they replayed the footage, the video showed something strange. The reflection of the ROV appeared delayed, lagging behind by half a second. For a brief moment, the two images, real and reflected, moved independently. Scientists called it optical distortion, but those who watched it live described it differently. They said the reflection was moving first. Perhaps the most disturbing accounts come from deep-sea biologists studying extremophile organisms along the brine edges. These bacteria thrive where nothing else can, feeding on sulfur and methane. But some specimens recovered from these sites behave unpredictably in labs. They replicate in bursts, then stop entirely. When exposed to light, they pulse faintly, flashing in triplets. And when recorded with sensitive microphones, they emit electromagnetic signatures identical to low-frequency sound. Living organisms that generate communication patterns. The deeper question is, who or what are they communicating with? Some researchers believe these bacteria could form part of a vast subterranean network, exchanging chemical and electrical signals across ocean basins. Others suspect they're remnants of something older, perhaps life that predates sunlight itself, creatures from an epoch when the Earth was nothing but heat and salt. But among divers, a darker theory circulates. The brine pools aren't natural lakes, they're windows. The density barrier, the light refraction, the rhythmic hum, all signs, they say, that the pools are boundaries between layers of reality. What lies beneath them isn't just more seawater, it's something else. Another pressure, another medium. A reflection of the world displaced by a few thousand years. In 2017, one ROV tested that idea, accidentally. Its mechanical arm breached a Red Sea brine pool, submerging deeper than any probe before it. The moment the arm disappeared beneath the brine, its sensors went silent, power dropped to zero. When they raised it back up, the metal was ice cold, despite surrounding temperatures exceeding 70 degrees Celsius. And etched into its surface, barely visible, were 3 shallow rings, perfectly spaced, spiraling inward. That arm now sits in a locked case at a research facility in Bergen. Unofficial visitors say it hums faintly at night. Brine pools were once seen as boundaries between life and death. Now they might be something more. Thresholds. Every time we send light into one, it flickers, like a signal bouncing between mirrors. Maybe that's what the ocean's been trying to tell us all along. The deep doesn't end where we think it does. It keeps going, down, under, through. And sometimes when you stare long enough into the still, mirrored surface of a brine lake, you realize something down there might be staring back. If the most wanted list began as a declaration of control, it ends as a confession of obsession. It tells us less about fugitives and more about ourselves, our need to believe in the clean geometry of guilt and innocence, our addiction to the chase, our comfort in the illusion that justice has a face. What started as 10 mugshots pinned to a wall has become a kind of national diary, each name a reminder of the stories we tell to convince ourselves that order still exists. Every list is a mirror, and America's mirror has always been crowded. Behind every fugitive's portrait lies a reflection of the fears that made it necessary. poverty, ideology, rebellion, chaos. The list is not just about who broke the law, it's about who broke the illusion that the law is enough. The Bureau built it to reassure citizens that danger was being managed. But the longer it's survived, the clearer its real message has become. The list endures because fear endures, and fear, for all its darkness, gives shape to identity. For 75 years, the Most Wanted list has recorded the heartbeat of the American imagination. It tracks not only crime, but belief. The 1950s feared gangsters with guns. The 1970s, radicals with pamphlets. The 2000s, zealots with planes. The 2020, ghosts in code. Each decade shifts the scenery, but the script stays the same. There is always a frontier, and someone is always crossing it. The Bureau just keeps printing the wanted posters, framing the story so the ending feels inevitable. What makes the myth powerful isn't its accuracy, it's its rhythm. The list moves in loops of anxiety and relief, tension and release. Each capture resets the cycle. When a fugitive is caught, headlines flash, anchors smile, citizens exhale. Then silence. Then the next update, the next name, the next reminder that safety is temporary. The ritual is almost religious. The list gives people something to fear, something to hope for, and something to watch. It's not just bureaucracy, it's liturgy. Yet in the digital age, that liturgy feels increasingly hollow. The new faces on the Bureau's website appear beside mugshots from decades ago, all flattened by the same layout, the same typography, the same promise. 10 criminals, 10 reasons to stay vigilant. But the world outside that frame has changed beyond recognition. The villains we fear now are networks, systems, algorithms. They have no faces, no borders, no posters. The old mythology feels nostalgic, a relic from a time when evil could still be printed. Still, the Bureau maintains the ritual because myths, once born, don't die easily. They adapt. They hide in the folds of new technology, whispering the same comfort in a different language. The Most Wanted list now lives as much in headlines as in data. It feeds social media threads, inspires true crime podcasts, fuels political talking points. It has become a narrative reflex, a way for a fractured culture to remember what unity once felt like. For a few moments after each capture, America agrees on who the bad guy is. And maybe that's why we can't let it go. The list no longer serves law enforcement as efficiently as it once did, but it serves the national psyche perfectly. It gives the country continuity. It reassures people that the rules still exist, even if they're constantly rewritten. It tells us that no matter how confusing the present becomes, there will always be 10 names to organize the chaos. 10 placeholders for everything we fear but can't name. Look closely at those posters, and you'll notice something else. They're portraits of loneliness. Each face, frozen in time, stares back from a void of institutional neutrality. No background, no context, no humanity. Just the person and the accusation. The Bureau stripped them of individuality to make them universal. They are not just criminals, they are symbols. Everyman avatars of danger. That reduction is both their punishment and their immortality. It's easy to condemn that dehumanization, but it's also what makes the list function. Justice needs simplicity to survive. Complexity breeds doubt, and doubt slows the machine. The Most Wanted list isn't built to provoke questions. It's built to prevent them. It translates moral uncertainty into administrative order. Each line of text, aliases, height, last known location, is a small act of narrative control. The Bureau writes, and the public believes. But the cracks in belief are widening. Younger generations, raised on algorithms and transparency, don't see the list as sacred anymore. They see it as content, one thread among thousands. Some question its biases, its omissions, its lingering shadows of propaganda. Others repurpose it as art, remixing its aesthetics into commentary about surveillance and fame. The most wanted list, like all myths, has become self-aware. It knows it's being watched too. Perhaps that self-awareness is its final evolution. The Bureau may not admit it, but the list has become less about enforcement and more about reflection. It's a national confession, a record of what frightens us most at any given moment. The faces change, but the pattern stays. And if we trace that pattern long enough, it forms a map of the American psyche, its optimism, its paranoia, its endless need to chase something it can't quite define. There's something hauntingly poetic about that persistence. The list, born of paranoia, ends as a parable. It reminds us that every act of watching is also an act of imagination, that every enemy we create teaches us what we value, and every chase we sustain distracts us from what we fear to confront. The most wanted list began as a weapon of justice and became a mirror of culture. And maybe that's exactly what it was destined to be, because at the end of every chase, every manhunt, every update, the same truth waits quietly. The monsters we pursue are never as frightening as the need that drives us to keep pursuing them. They say the sea has its moods, but the brine pools, those impossible lakes beneath the waves, don't feel like moods. They feel like intentions. Still, silent and cold beyond comprehension, they exist where logic bends. And the deeper science goes, the more these pools appear less like accidents of geology and more like decisions. In 2019, a team from the University of Haifa deployed autonomous drones into the Red Sea's Shaban Deep, a cluster of twin brine pools shaped like eyes when seen from above. They weren't looking for anomalies, only extremophile microbes. But halfway through the descent, the lead drone, Pelican 9, recorded a flicker below the surface of one eye. It wasn't reflection. It was internal illumination. A pale blue shimmer, rhythmic and purposeful, pulsing every 4 seconds. The drone's operator attempted to adjust exposure. The light immediately dimmed, as if reacting. Then the surrounding water began to vibrate, not visibly, but audibly. The sonar started picking up frequency modulations consistent with organized sound waves layered like chords. In the lab, when they later translated those frequencies into an audio file, it sounded disturbingly familiar. The low, throbbing hum detected in the Mariana Trench, the Baltic anomaly, even the bloop. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. As the drone neared the brine's shimmering edge, its motion sensors detected turbulence, pressure fluctuations without any source. The moment its manipulator arm touched the liquid surface, everything froze, cameras locked, instruments flatlined. For 12 seconds, no data recorded. Then, as suddenly as it stopped, everything resumed. The arm retracted, dripping with brine, and a faint static hiss filled the cabin. It wasn't interference, it was speech-like noise, barely audible but rhythmic enough to mimic language. When the operators slowed it down, the static seemed to form patterns, ascending tones followed by silence. The sound wasn't random, it repeated once every 26 hours. It's almost like the sea keeps time. After retrieval, the drone's camera lens displayed microfractures in spiraling shapes. Engineers assumed stress cracks, until they realized the spirals were identical in proportion, as if etched deliberately. Under ultraviolet light, they glowed faintly green. This wasn't the first time equipment came back, changed. Earlier probes returned with corroded metal, rewired circuits, even altered firmware code. One engineer swore the sub's data file directory rearranged itself into patterns, repeating folders named entry. Inside each, a text document that read only, "We exist beneath." Of course, no one could prove it wasn't human interference. But what unnerved everyone wasn't the files, it was the timing. The documents appeared precisely 26 hours apart, to the second, same as the pulse. When scientists sampled the brine's chemical composition, they expected salt and methane. What they found instead made no sense. Trace elements of rare earth metals, yttrium, hafnium, and osmium, elements typically associated with meteorites. The ratios suggested an origin beyond sedimentation, more like something introduced from outside Earth's crust. Some proposed ancient volcanic intrusion, others whispered extraterrestrial contamination. But the data said one thing clearly: the pools were not self-contained. They were receiving input. A 2020 analysis of Red Sea satellite magnetometer readings revealed an inexplicable pattern. A circular distortion roughly 300 kilometers wide, centered directly above the Shaban brine fields. The field rotated subtly, creating a magnetic eye at its edges, gravitational fluctuations measurable only by sensitive instruments pulsed in the same 3-beat cadence found across multiple oceans. It was as if all these phenomena, the hums, lights, magnetic distortions, were synchronized parts of one planetary rhythm. If that's true, then the brine pools are not isolated accidents. They're nodes in a vast connected network. Not chemical oddities, but conduits. And if the oceans are wired together by unseen frequencies, maybe those frequencies aren't just geological. Maybe they're communicative. One hypothesis from the Norwegian Institute for Marine Research suggests that the pools could serve as natural data banks, liquid memory systems storing chemical and electromagnetic signatures of the planet's evolution. But that idea doesn't explain the response patterns, the mimicry, the feeling of presence. Divers who've been near the Red Sea's brine edges describe a sense of being watched, not metaphorically, but physically, like weightless eyes beneath the water, tracking every movement. Cameras have recorded faint silhouettes drifting just below the brine's shimmering surface, oblong shapes that appear translucent, refracting light instead of emitting it. They seem to shift form, almost like heat mirages underwater. In 2021, the Deep Siren expedition captured the clearest footage yet. As the ROV hovered above a brine lake, a single distortion rose from beneath the surface. A ripple shaped almost like a hand pressing upward, leaving 5 elongated impressions before sinking again. The team dismissed it as coincidence, gas expansion, maybe a trick of current. But then the sonar detected an echo directly beneath the sub. 5 separate points of density, perfectly aligned with the hand. No one volunteered to go back down. Later, when analysts filtered the sonar data through frequency isolation software, they discovered something chilling. Beneath the static hum, there was modulation, barely perceptible, but deliberate. Converted into visual form, it spelled a familiar pattern, a spiral with 3 central dots, the same symbol found carved into the Baltic fragment, the same symbol embedded in trench sound waves, different oceans, same mark. At some point, the idea of coincidence stops being comfort. It becomes dread. The question haunting researchers now isn't what the brine pools are, but who they belong to. The presence beneath them feels ancient, patient, intelligent. A system that reacts to intrusion not with hostility, but with curiosity. like something vast waking from a slow dream, aware that something small and fragile has begun tapping at its door. And maybe, just maybe, those rhythmic hums we keep hearing aren't warnings at all. Maybe they're greetings. The ocean has always mirrored us after all, our lights, our sounds, our searching. But what if the reflection goes deeper than we think? What if the brine pools aren't the ocean's scars, but its eyes? And they've finally noticed we're looking back. Because every time a probe dips beneath that slick, shimmering barrier, something answers. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The rhythm of something vast and alive beneath the salt. And maybe, one day soon, it won't just answer with light or hums or magnetism. Maybe it'll surface. The ocean talks. It has always talked. We just didn't know how to listen. Deep below, where light and logic dissolve, the sea is alive with sound. Pings, pops, moans and rumbles echoing across mountains of black water. Most of them we can explain: whale songs, seismic quakes, shifting plates. But among that vast underwater orchestra, there's a sound that doesn't belong. A pattern too clean to be chaos, too deliberate. They call them the clickers. First detected in the early 2000s, these strange rapid-fire pulses began turning up on hydrophones stationed across the Pacific. At first, researchers assumed they were another variation of sperm whale echolocation, short bursts of sound used for navigation and hunting. But when the data was compiled, something stood out. The clicks didn't behave like whale calls. They were organized into sequences, repeating intervals, symmetrical bursts, and occasionally long silences before starting again. The sound patterns weren't random. They carried structure. The recordings came from depths beyond any known whale dive, often more than 9,000 feet below. The pressure there would crush every known mammal. And yet, the clicks persisted, bouncing through the water in perfect rhythm. Some hydrophones even recorded 2 sets of clicks interacting, one slow, one fast, like a conversation. Then both would stop at the same instant, as if the speakers knew they were being listened to. It was the ocean's version of going quiet when someone enters the room. The first confirmed detection came from NOAA's hydrophone array near Guam. The clicks were short, between 0.2 and 0.4 seconds, but repeated in intervals precise to the millisecond. One researcher described it as listening to a metronome that can think. The pattern repeated every 14 minutes for 3 days, then disappeared. The next time it was heard, it came from the Indian Ocean, half a world away. And then, in 2014, something impossible happened. 2 separate hydrophones, one off Chile, one near the Mariana Trench, recorded identical click sequences at the same time. Perfectly in sync, despite being 10,000 kilometers apart. The odds of that happening naturally are astronomical. The only logical explanation was coordination. But who or what was coordinating it? Theories ranged from unknown deep-sea species to secret military communication systems. But the data didn't fit any human pattern. The frequencies shifted in ways that would destroy normal signal integrity, and they didn't match any submarine sonar codes. Even more bizarrely, the click language seemed to evolve. Each year, new rhythms appeared. Longer bursts, altered tones, added silences. Like vocabulary expanding. The ocean wasn't just making noise, it was learning to talk back. When researchers filtered out background noise and converted the frequencies into visual graphs, they found something unexpected. Geometric shapes, triangles, spirals, hexagons, sound-forming symmetry. And when those same shapes were compared to data from the Baltic anomaly, the match was nearly exact. The same repeating spiral with three central points. The same ratio between pulses, different places, different years, same signal. Marine biologists tried to dismiss it as a coincidence until the clicks started reacting to our sounds. In 2018, NOAA transmitted low-frequency sonar pings into a known clicker zone to study the echoes. Within hours, the hydrophones began receiving responses, bursts of clicks that mimicked the sonar pattern perfectly, like an echo with intent. The response grew more complex over time, shifting tempo as if trying to match rhythm. A few researchers tried sending sequences in Morse code. They got responses. The replies didn't spell words, but they did repeat timing structures. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, SOS. Again. It's as though something in the deep had been listening for decades, waiting for someone to say hello in a way it could understand. Divers who've been near the hydrophone zones describe an unnerving sensation during the recordings. Even inside submersibles, they claim to feel the clicks physically. Tiny vibrations running through metal and bone, like a heartbeat you didn't know you shared. One diver said it best: it wasn't sound. It was presence. The closer they got to the sources, the stranger things became. Compasses would jitter, lights would flicker, and sometimes faint shadows would appear in the camera feeds, thin, needle-like shapes darting through the water faster than fish, too straight to be biological. They seemed to move with the clicks, disappearing each time the sound stopped. Some think the clickers are deep-sea creatures, unlike anything known, massive, intelligent, and capable of producing sound powerful enough to travel entire oceans. Others believe the clicks are mechanical, machines left by something ancient, still operating autonomously, still communicating with one another in a forgotten language. But then there's the third theory, the one no one wants to say out loud. What if the clicks aren't communication between them, but with us? A few years ago, a pattern appeared near the Tonga Trench that changed everything. The clicks formed an unmistakable sequence, a series of numbers. When decoded, they aligned perfectly with the Fibonacci sequence. Mathematics, structure, intent. Something in the ocean was counting. If these were animals, they weren't like any species on Earth. If they were machines, they weren't ours. Either way, it meant intelligence. And the locations of the clicker zones form an unsettling map. When plotted across the world's oceans, the coordinates connect the same points as the previous anomalies: the Mariana Trench, the Baltic Sea, the Red Sea brine pools, and the Antarctic Ridge. Together, they form a global ring, as if encircling something deep within the planet. It's as though the ocean is wired for conversation, and these clicks are its synapses firing. The more scientists study it, the less human the data feels. The timing, the evolution, the harmony, it's too patient, too organized. If this is a language, it isn't being invented, it's being remembered. And every year, the clicks grow louder, spreading into new regions, overlapping frequencies that weren't active before, as though something deep beneath the crust is waking and using the sea as its voice. What are the clickers saying? We don't know. But maybe we've already heard the message, in every hum, flash and whisper echoing across the dark. You found us. And somewhere, miles below, the deep sea clicks again. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, an ancient pulse beneath the waves, repeating like breath, reminding us that the ocean has always been alive. By 2022, the so-called clicker phenomenon had become an obsession. What began as a curiosity of ocean acoustics had evolved into one of the most unsettling mysteries in marine science. The more we listened, the more the clicks multiplied, as if awareness of them had awakened something ancient and patient. The NOAA hydrophones stationed along the Tonga Trench, the Antarctic Ridge, and even the Mid-Atlantic Rift began to pick up synchronized pulses. At first faint, then unified. The clicks now occurred not just in isolated bursts, but in choruses, hundreds, maybe thousands of sources responding together in what could only be described as an organized event. To the untrained ear, it sounded like static. To scientists, it sounded like data transmission. Dr. Kendra Lawson, an acoustic physicist, was the first to map the new recordings visually. When she plotted the sound waves on a spectrogram, she saw not chaos, but pattern. Lines and nodes forming something like a circuit board or neural network, connections linking across frequencies, all converging toward a single central node at 14.2 kHz. The frequency wasn't random. It matched the harmonic of the Earth's magnetic resonance. The ocean, it seemed, was using the planet itself as a medium for sound. The revelation was disturbing. If the clicks were signals, they weren't simply traveling through water. They were traveling through the Earth. Around the same time, deep-sea cables in the North Pacific began reporting intermittent interference. Data packets dropped, power fluctuated, and unexplained currents disrupted transmission. Engineers initially blamed tectonic movement, but one analyst noticed something strange. The interference spikes occurred exactly when the clicker frequencies peaked. Every pulse coincided with a surge in magnetic distortion, as if the ocean floor itself was responding. It wasn't just listening, it was talking back. In April 2023, a joint expedition called Project Abyssline attempted to triangulate a clicker origin point using 3 autonomous submersibles. Each vessel carried a hydrophone array, a magnetometer, and a low-frequency transmitter. The plan was simple. Send a test signal, a 3-beat pulse mimicking the clicker's signature, and see what happened. At 2:11 a.m., the signal was transmitted into the trench. 3 short bursts. Silence. Then the ocean answered. Every hydrophone within 2,000 kilometers recorded the same thing, a reply, almost instant, perfectly mirrored. 3 short bursts, then 3 long, then 3 short again, SOS. The same rhythm repeated twice, louder each time, before dissolving into a sustained low hum that lasted 11 minutes. During that hum, all 3 submersibles lost navigation control. Compasses spun wildly. Pressure readings fluctuated. One pilot described seeing light without source, a faint glow filtering up from the darkness below, shifting between blue and white like lightning buried inside the sea. When the hum ceased, everything went silent. 2 subs regained control. The third, Abyssline 03, did not. Its signal cut off mid-sentence, transmitting one last burst of static that, when slowed down, contained an eerie whisper of sound, not a click, not mechanical noise, a tone that rose and fell with haunting precision, forming what analysts later described as a melodic contour impossible to produce naturally. When the surviving drones returned to the surface, their hulls were fine. Their data, however, was corrupted. File names replaced with random strings, except one. A single folder titled Listen. Inside was a single audio file that played nothing but the same 3-beat rhythm on loop, distorted by what sounded like a heartbeat. A week later, fishermen off the Solomon Islands reported the ocean singing. The sea surface vibrated visibly, as if pulsed by a giant subwoofer beneath. Birds fled the area. Deep sensors picked up harmonic frequencies identical to the clicker pulses, spreading in concentric waves. The signal lasted 3 hours, then vanished completely. Whatever it was, it seemed to be moving. Some scientists suggested a geological cause, magma displacement, seismic resonance, but seismic readings showed no activity. The energy wasn't coming from below the crust, it was radiating through it, as if something deep under the seabed had activated and was communicating across vast distances. A few dared to say what everyone feared. This wasn't communication between sea life, it was a network. Ancient myths spoke of the ocean as a single living entity, the mother sea, the serpent beneath, Leviathan. Perhaps those weren't metaphors. Perhaps the planet's greatest creature was the planet itself. One classified European study leaked to the press in late 2023 hinted at an even darker connection. When scientists mapped the timing of the clicker events against historical data, they noticed correlation with geomagnetic storms and, eerily, with every major naval disaster of the past 50 years. Submarines disappearing, sonar systems failing, ships reporting acoustic overload. The clickers always spoke before the silence. Were they warnings or invitations? By early 2024, the global hydrophone array went nearly quiet. No clicks, no hums, just empty ocean static. The silence lasted 6 months until July, when all stations recorded a simultaneous pulse across every ocean. A single, deep vibration, sustained for 12 seconds, registering as a low-frequency tremor that circled the globe. The event was nicknamed the Deep Breath. And right after it, seismic sensors detected something impossible: faint, rhythmic pressure waves emanating upward from the mantle. Whatever lived or waited below had exhaled. No one talks about the clickers publicly anymore. The recordings are classified, the researchers dispersed. But on dark nights in the Pacific, sailors still claim they hear the sea ticking faintly under their hulls. Short bursts, 3 at a time, sometimes followed by 3 long. Some say it's sonar bounce, others say it's memory. But every hydrophone still active knows the truth. The clicks never stopped. They just went deeper. Maybe they're still calling, maybe they're still listening, or maybe, just maybe, something down there finally heard us, and now it's waiting for us to answer. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. The ocean's Morse code heartbeat, the voice of the abyss. If death is nature's only promise, then one small creature has broken it. Deep in the darkness off Japan's coast, drifting weightlessly through salt and time, lives a jellyfish that refuses to die. It's called Turritopsis dohrnii, but most know it by its unsettling nickname, the immortal jellyfish. This creature doesn't just survive the impossible, it reverses it. When faced with old age, starvation, or injury, it performs a feat no other known animal can. It reverts its own cells, transforming from a mature adult back into a juvenile state, beginning life again like a biological time traveler. A living paradox, forever reborn in a world built on decay. Scientists call the process transdifferentiation. It's the cellular equivalent of reincarnation. Every specialized cell in its body, nerve, muscle, reproductive, can turn back into a stem cell, reshaping itself from scratch. To put it simply, when other creatures die, this one restarts. When the first specimens were discovered in the 1980s, few realized what they represented. A handful of jellyfish that refused to stay dead wasn't headline material. But decades later, researchers began to understand the terrifying implications. Because this jellyfish doesn't just challenge biology, it challenges mortality itself. Imagine a creature that remembers death but refuses to accept it. In 1996, a marine biologist named Christian Summer collected a batch of Turritopsis while studying plankton blooms in the Mediterranean. When he returned weeks later, the adult jellyfish in his tank were gone. Only juveniles floated in the water. Assuming he'd made a labeling mistake, he started over. Again, the same result. Adults vanished. Juveniles appeared. It wasn't reproduction, it was resurrection. By the 2000s, the so-called immortal jellyfish had spread far beyond its native waters, across the Pacific, Atlantic, even the Caribbean. How does something so fragile travel so far? Carried by currents, attached to ship hulls, hidden in ballast water, like a quiet stowaway, rewriting life's oldest law everywhere it goes. Some scientists now believe these jellyfish are multiplying exponentially in deep zones where predators can't follow. Whole colonies drifting together in black silence, pulsing rhythmically like living constellations, each one potentially centuries old, or perhaps the same individuals, dying and rebirthing in an infinite loop. But the strangest part? They're not truly immortal, not in the divine sense. They can be killed by disease, by predators, by environment, but not by time. Time itself simply doesn't apply. Their cells reset before entropy can claim them, as if they exist outside the biological clock. And yet, something odd happens in captivity. When placed under observation, some jellyfish stop reverting. They grow old, they die. The process only seems to occur naturally, unobserved in the open sea, almost as if being watched interrupts it. It's as though the act of observation collapses the magic, a strange echo of quantum mechanics, where particles behave differently when seen. Some researchers even call it the immortality paradox. What if immortality depends not just on biology, but on secrecy? Dr. Mai Tanaka, who's spent decades studying deep-sea cnidarians, once described her encounter with a cluster of immortal jellyfish at 2,000 meters depth. They weren't glowing like typical bioluminescent creatures. It was softer, pulsing from within, each light a breath. And they moved together, synchronized. When one contracted, the others followed perfectly. It looked aware. That word, aware, haunts every researcher who's watched the footage. Because under magnification, turritopsis shows neural patterns no one expected. Primitive nerve nets that form temporary connections, only to dissolve and reform differently each cycle. It doesn't just reset its body, it resets its mind. Yet fragments of learned behavior persist. Each rebirth remembers what the last one learned. In essence, the jellyfish isn't immortal in the human sense. It's cumulative. Every rebirth adds memory, pattern, adaptation. Over millions of cycles, it's possible the deep ocean is filled with an ancient consciousness spread across countless forms, one entity reborn endlessly, growing smarter each time. A scientist from Kyoto once proposed a chilling theory. What if these jellyfish are the ocean's memory, each cell carrying the chemical echoes of centuries like a biological archive? Every death, every rebirth, a way for the sea to remember itself. And that might explain something else. When audio sensors were placed near known immortal jellyfish clusters, they recorded faint rhythmic pulses, vibrations that matched the 3-beat hum noted across earlier anomalies. The same timing, the same pattern. But these weren't mechanical. They came from organic tissue. The jellyfish weren't just living, they were transmitting. Researchers dismissed it as coincidence until they noticed the pulses spiking whenever deep-sea hydrophones transmitted signals. In other words, the jellyfish were responding. Could this species be part of a larger network of life beneath the sea? Cells in an enormous planetary organism that communicates through rhythm and light? Maybe that's why these creatures have survived every extinction event. They don't just outlive, they adapt, reset, rebuild. They're not individuals, they're fragments of something whole. One researcher once said, "If we ever map the genetic code of every teratopsis on Earth, we might find we've been studying one organism all along." That would mean a single living being, spread across oceans, regenerating itself endlessly, silently watching as humanity builds, wars, and forgets, while it drifts below, patient and eternal, immortal, but not godlike, something older, something that remembers the beginning. And if that's true, maybe death isn't an ending, but an interruption, a glitch that this small jellyfish has already solved. So when the deep pulses its 3 slow beats, maybe it's not warning us. Maybe it's simply speaking the same rhythm it always has, one heartbeat repeated for 1 billion years, a heartbeat that never stopped. It's easy to romanticize immortality, to imagine it as freedom from decay, a gift reserved for gods or myths. But what if it's not a gift at all? What if living forever isn't liberation, but a curse written in the body of a creature that can't stop being? For Turritopsis dohrnii, the so-called immortal jellyfish, immortality is not a choice, it's reflex. When threatened, when hungry, when old, it does the only thing it knows. It retreats into its own beginning. The adult collapses into itself. The bell disintegrates, tentacles retract, and within hours, what was once a mature organism has reverted into a pale polyp, its childhood reborn from its own corpse. It's resurrection without celebration, eternity without meaning. Some scientists call it a biological loop. Others whisper about something far stranger, a living feedback system, a cycle so perfect that it begins to defy entropy. In the cold logic of evolution, there's no reason for this mechanism to exist unless it serves something larger than survival. And maybe it does. Because when researchers started studying colonies of these jellyfish deep in the Pacific, they noticed something impossible. The transformations weren't random. They happened in unison. Hundreds of individuals reverting at once like clockwork, every 26 hours, the same rhythm echoed by the clicks, hums, and lights of the deep. The ocean, it seemed, was syncing itself. In one experiment, a submersible recorded time-lapse footage of a jellyfish bloom hovering over a hydrothermal vent. The vent pulsed with waves of superheated water, and as it did, the jellyfish responded, contracting in perfect harmony. Their bioluminescence flickered, then stabilized into a soft, deliberate glow. When the researchers enhanced the footage, they realized the pulses weren't random. They formed concentric circles radiating outward from the vent, spelling out the same triplet pattern. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The same signature buried in the Baltic anomaly. The same signal whispered through brine pools and trench walls. That's when one of the scientists proposed a theory so outlandish that it was quietly buried in the archives. He called it the recurrence hypothesis. The idea was this: what if the immortal jellyfish isn't simply a species, but a biological instrument, part of a network designed to maintain equilibrium across the planet? Every time one resets, it releases chemical signals into the sea, microscopic data packets that interact with plankton, bacteria, and currents. Over billions of cycles, those signals could shape the balance of life itself, maintaining oxygen levels, nutrient flow, even global temperature. In short, the jellyfish might not just live forever. It might keep the world alive with it. But there was one detail that unsettled even the most rational minds. Genetic sequencing revealed that Turritopsis dohrnii's DNA contains fragments eerily similar to deep-sea extremophils found near black smokers, organisms that shouldn't share ancestry. That means somewhere in its past, or its design, the jellyfish integrated traits from life forms that predate complex evolution. as if something gave it immortality. Some call it nature's miracle, others call it intervention. In 2019, Japanese researchers exposed the jellyfish to electromagnetic frequencies that mimicked deep ocean hums. The reaction was immediate. The jellyfish clustered together, forming a dense sphere of pulsing bodies, glowing faintly in synchronization. After 30 minutes, every one of them began to revert, instantly, collectively, perfectly timed. When the frequency stopped, the process halted halfway, leaving the creatures suspended between life stages, neither adult nor juvenile. The scientists who witnessed it described the moment as deeply wrong. One later said, "It was like they were listening to something ancient calling them home." Maybe immortality isn't defiance of death, but obedience to it. Some believe these creatures represent Earth's biological failsafe, a species that ensures life never fully ends, no matter what apocalypse comes. Others fear the opposite, that their proof life can overshoot itself, looping endlessly until it forgets what it means to live. There's even speculation that the ocean's strange hums, the ones that match the jellyfish's pulse, might originate from them, amplified through the deep's natural acoustics. A planetary heartbeat, conducted by billions of translucent beings drifting unseen. And if that's true, then every glow we've ever recorded might not be random light. It might be communication. The sea's oldest consciousness speaking in flashes and chemistry, telling us, we do not die, we do not stop, we remember. When biologists collected a batch of immortal jellyfish from the Okinawa Trough in 2020 and brought them to the surface, they survived the decompression easily, another impossibility. But under lab conditions, something else happened. The jellyfish began reproducing asexually at alarming rates, multiplying faster than expected. Then, one by one, they all reverted simultaneously, leaving the lab filled with thousands of identical polyps. When the researchers tested the surrounding seawater, it contained elevated electrical conductivity, as if something within the organisms had generated a weak current, a current that pulsed at, yes, the same 26-hour interval. The ocean, always on its own clock. Perhaps immortality isn't just about surviving forever, it's about keeping rhythm with a larger cycle we don't understand. Maybe the jellyfish, like all deep-sea mysteries, are just fragments of a massive living equation, one that keeps rewriting itself every time we try to solve it. If that's true, then Turritopsis dohrnii isn't an anomaly, it's a clue, a window into how life itself resets after collapse. And if you look closely at its glow, through the dark water, you'll see the same pattern carved into the deep, the same repeating spiral of 3 dots. Everywhere the ocean breathes, that rhythm follows. Maybe the jellyfish are the messengers. Maybe they're the memory. Or maybe they're just the reflection of something greater, an immortal shadow stretching beneath the waves, pulsing quietly in the dark, waiting for us to remember what it already knows. Nothing truly dies in the sea. It just begins again. There are places in the ocean where silence feels heavy, where sound itself seems swallowed, as if the sea refuses to let it rise. Sailors have long whispered about these regions, calling them dead zones, iron fields, or simply the graveyards. On maps, they're unmarked. But to those who know where to listen, they hum faintly beneath the surface, a low, rhythmic pulse echoing across metal hulls that haven't moved in decades. Beneath thousands of meters of crushing pressure lie hundreds of lost submarines. Military machines, research vessels, prototypes, each entombed in a cathedral of darkness. Some rest in peace. Others, if you believe the stories, do not rest at all. The first known graveyard was found by accident in 1991 when a French exploration team scanning the North Atlantic ridge stumbled upon a cluster of sonar returns shaped like tubes. Thinking they'd discovered a pipeline, they deployed a camera drone. What came into focus was something no one expected: 3 rusted submarines lying almost parallel, each identical in dimension, each missing its identification markings. 2 were partially buried in sediment. The third sat upright, hatch open. When the footage aired privately among oceanographers, one detail sent chills through the room. The open hatch emitted a faint glimmer, metallic, rhythmic, pulsing in the same slow cadence as the deep-sea hums already documented across the globe. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. When a probe drifted close, its instruments flickered, then failed. The submersible's pressure sensors spiked, though there was no change in depth. The drone's pilot later described feeling static through the control console, like touching a living wire. When power returned, the video feed showed something strange inside the submarine. Floating motes of light, drifting in slow spirals, like fireflies caught in syrup. They weren't reflections. They were moving against the current. The French government classified the footage within weeks, but copies survived, enough to attract independent divers and salvage crews. Most never came back. The few who did brought back fragments of hull metal scarred by microscopic etching, spirals, triangles, and repeating glyphs that looked eerily similar to the patterns carved into the Baltic Sea anomaly. It was as if something had been writing on the dead. In 2003, a Russian deep-sea expedition searching for the remains of the lost submarine K-129 found themselves in an area of abnormal magnetism northwest of Hawaii. Their navigation instruments spun erratically, and sonar displayed ghost echoes, shapes that appeared and vanished like afterimages. When they finally located the wreck, it wasn't alone. 5 other submarines surrounded it, forming a rough circle. Some were American, some Soviet, others completely unidentifiable. And every one of them was intact. No impact damage, no implosion collapse. Just perfectly preserved hulls resting neatly on the seafloor, as if placed there. Inside one vessel, the cameras captured writing scrawled across the inner bulkhead, still visible after half a century. 3 dots in a line, repeated hundreds of times, drawn in what looked like oil or soot. No one could explain how the marks stayed that dark. No one tried for long. The site was nicknamed the Iron Ring. Afterward, acoustic sensors placed near the graveyard began recording faint rhythmic vibrations, spaced at precise intervals, 26 hours apart, same as the brine pools, same as the jellyfish. The hum rose from the metal, not the seabed, as if the ships themselves were resonating. When mapped, the frequencies converged at a single pitch, 14.2 kilohertz. The same tone that linked the clickers worldwide. The question changed from what killed them to why are they still alive? Divers have described the graveyards as haunting beyond comprehension. Corridors of steel stretching into blackness, visibility limited to the range of their lights. The water is unnaturally still. Sonar signals don't echo. Sound simply disappears. Sometimes they report faint noises, soft knocking from inside sealed hulls, too rhythmic to be current, too deliberate to be coincidence. One diver claimed that as he floated above a sunken Soviet sub, his oxygen gauge started pulsing in time with an external vibration. "It was like my heartbeat wasn't mine anymore," he said. "Something down there was syncing with me." When the submersible surfaced, all on-board recording devices showed identical interference, electromagnetic surges repeating 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS again. But the source couldn't be determined. The more graveyards researchers find, the less they make sense. Some contain ships that never existed on record. Others appear to move between mapping expeditions, as though the sea rearranges them. One sonar pass shows 10 wrecks, the next only 7, then 10 again, but shifted kilometers away. Oceanographers write it off as mapping error, but those who've been there know better. The sea forgets nothing. It only hides what it remembers. There's a growing theory among deep-sea physicists that these sites function as natural resonators, massive conductors amplifying the Earth's subsonic hum. The metallic hulls could convert planetary vibrations into electromagnetic waves, making each submarine a kind of tuning fork in the deep. If that's true, the graveyards might be more than cemeteries. They might be part of a system. But others think the truth is stranger. The inscriptions, the humming, the light, it all points to a pattern repeating across oceans. A code stitched into the seabed, into brine pools, trenches, even the bodies of living creatures. And maybe, just maybe, these dead submarines aren't relics at all. Maybe they're antennas, each one transmitting or receiving something ancient, vast, and buried beneath miles of pressure. Something that uses the very bones of human technology as conduits to speak. If you believe the divers, you can still hear the message. Lean close to the steel, and it murmurs, a vibration too low to be sound, but strong enough to move through your chest. It feels like a heartbeat, only slower. It's the same rhythm that hums through every mystery the deep has offered. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The ocean keeps time. The dead listen. And in the darkness between sonar pings, the sea waits patiently, as if guarding something it refuses to reveal. Maybe one day we'll open those hatches. Maybe we'll wish we hadn't. The deeper the teams ventured into the graveyards, the clearer it became. These were not simple wrecks. They were arrangements, patterns carved into geography with surgical precision. The iron ring wasn't an anomaly. It was the blueprint. Across every ocean, the wrecks formed geometric alignments impossible to ignore, circles, spirals, lattices, all tracing a global rhythm buried under leagues of pressure. It was as if the dead were being positioned, not lost. In 2024, a joint expedition from Norway and Japan revisited the Iron Ring using a new autonomous ROV called Tethys. It was designed with reinforced titanium hulls and shielded circuits, supposedly immune to electromagnetic disruption. When Tethys descended into the center of the formation, the crew expected silence. Instead, they heard the hum before instruments registered anything. At first it was faint, like wind through wires. Then the water began to vibrate. A rhythmic pulse, 3 beats. Pause, 3 beats. The sub's sensors lit up, magnetic flux spiked, temperature dropped by 3 degrees, and sonar displayed a shape beneath the subs, massive, indistinct, moving. Tethys's cameras captured it for less than 6 seconds. A shadow curling beneath the wrecks, stretching longer than any submarine, turning slowly as if watching. And then everything failed. The footage cut to static, the transmission filled with a low-frequency groan that climbed steadily in pitch until it was nearly inaudible. The ROV resurfaced hours later, drifting several kilometers off course. When it was recovered, its titanium hull was intact, but dusted with a fine layer of magnetic residue that pulsed faintly under ultraviolet light. Scientists studying it found the residue aligned itself spontaneously into spirals. 3 spirals. Inside Tethys's black box were 26 hours of audio data, mostly static, except for the last 11 minutes. During that segment, A sequence of clicks could be heard, arranged into repeating intervals that matched the deep-sea clickers recorded years prior. Only this time the sequence changed. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, and then a new addition. One long rising tone, sustained, like a signal completing itself. The data was sent to oceanographic institutes worldwide. When played through spectrogram software, the tone produced an image, a ring with 9 lines radiating outward, the same formation pattern as the Iron Ring graveyard. The deep wasn't just echoing, it was answering. What terrified everyone wasn't the signal itself, but what followed. Within a week of the event, seismic sensors across the Atlantic began picking up rhythmic pressure waves emanating from the area, perfectly spaced, identical in frequency, traveling faster than known underwater sound propagation. Something was pulsing beneath the ocean floor, deep beneath the wrecks. And whatever it was moving. Submarines, after all, are designed to withstand immense pressure, to hold human breath against the crushing dark. But when filled with still air, they become hollow instruments, conduits. When researchers returned to the Iron Ring, they found one sub tilted on its side, moved. The sediment below it had been disturbed, as though something massive had brushed against it. Yet there were no signs of collapse or quake. The other vessels remained untouched, arranged as before, humming faintly. Divers approaching the site described a physical sensation, an invisible pressure that grew the closer they came. One diver reported hearing a faint chime inside his helmet, though no external sound registered. Another swore that when his flashlight hit the open hatch of one sub, something inside reflected the beam back, not metal, not glass, but movement. A brief shimmer, like light on water. When the recordings were analyzed, the frequencies revealed something uncanny. The hum from the graveyard matched the signal from the brine pools and the jellyfish fields. Not close, identical. All these phenomena, separated by oceans, species, and time, were speaking the same language. But to whom? A radical hypothesis emerged from these findings. Perhaps the ocean's hums, the clickers, the glowing lakes, even the jellyfish, all formed parts of a unified biological and mechanical network, a planetary circuit that both records and regulates life itself. A system too vast for human perception, pulsing beneath our awareness for millions of years. And maybe the submarines, built from metal drawn from Earth's crust, became part of that system the moment they sank. Iron, nickel, manganese, all conductive materials, all capable of carrying current and memory. The dead machines, now arranged in geometric harmony, might not be grave markers. They might be signal amplifiers. If so, the question shifts. Did we design our submarines to resemble what already existed down there? Or did the ocean somehow guide us, nudging human invention to mimic its own buried architecture? Because the similarities are too eerie. The proportions of a standard submarine match the spacing ratios of deep-sea vents. The hull curvature mirrors the elliptical chambers found beneath mid-ocean ridges. Even the sonar frequencies used by humans to navigate match the harmonic range of natural trench resonance. It's as if every time humanity builds something for the sea, it's only finishing blueprints the planet drew first. When one of the last surviving divers from the Iron Ring expeditions was interviewed years later, he described his final dive. "You can't tell where the ocean ends and the machine begins. Everything's rusted into one body. I looked through a porthole and saw light, moving like breath. For a second I thought I saw faces in it. Not human. Just remembering." The Iron Ring remains sealed under international restriction. No missions allowed, no cameras permitted. but satellite magnetometers still detect faint pulses emanating from its coordinates every 26 hours, like a mechanical heart buried in steel and salt. Whatever lies beneath those subs, be it machine, organism, or something in between, seems content to sleep. For now. Because when the last hydrophone survey swept the area in 2025, it picked up one final transmission. A click sequence too perfect to be random. It played for 7 seconds, paused, then repeated in reverse. When decoded into binary, it translated into one word: remember. And maybe that's what the ocean has been trying to tell us all along. The hums, the clicks, the lights. They're not warnings. They're memories. The planet's way of keeping its dead alive, speaking through the bones of our machines. The graveyards aren't haunted, they're awake. And somewhere deep below, beyond the metal and mud, something listens. Something ancient, electric, and patient, waiting for us to answer back. Most people think of the ocean as one vast open world, rolling blue plains stretching from horizon to horizon. But beneath all that motion lies something deeper, stranger, and far less welcoming. The trenches. Great fractures in the planet's crust that plunge farther than Mount Everest is tall. Some of them are mapped, many are not. And a few, if you believe the whispers from research vessels, aren't supposed to be. They call them the uncharted trenches. Places where navigation systems falter, sonar signals bend back on themselves, and time, at least in the electronic sense, stutters. These regions are black holes in the sea, swallowing not just light, but information. The best known of these hidden chasms lies somewhere in the South Pacific, an area deliberately omitted from most oceanographic surveys. Officially, it doesn't exist. Unofficially, it's known as Trench 117. It was discovered, or rediscovered, in 2007, when a deep-sea probe mapping tectonic fault lines returned a sonar image that didn't make sense. Instead of the smooth, descending slope typical of ocean trenches, this one was abrupt. A sheer vertical shaft, nearly circular, dropping an estimated 14 kilometers straight down. The bottom was never detected. Sonar simply stopped. The feed cut off mid-scan, replaced by a uniform static hum that grew louder the longer the instrument stayed connected. It wasn't feedback, it was response. When they filtered the sound through analysis software, it revealed a pattern. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats, then a low-frequency vibration at exactly 14.2 kilohertz. The same pitch that tied together every mystery the ocean had shown us so far. Trench 117 was sealed off from further exploration, or so the reports claimed, but a private research group, funded quietly by several governments, sent a classified mission 2 years later. The vessel Abyssal Queen descended with a crew of 9 and a full array of acoustic sensors. Their orders: collect pressure data, test magnetism, and locate the trench's true floor. They never found it. At 9,400 meters, the water temperature dropped sharply, colder than any recorded environment outside the polar regions. Then the instruments began to fail. Depth gauges froze, compass readings drifted. The trench walls, visible through floodlights, weren't rock at all, but something smoother, almost metallic, rippling slightly, as though alive. When the crew extended a manipulator arm to collect a sample, it never came back. The arm bent, not broken, but pulled. Something in the darkness took hold and wouldn't release. Then came the clicks. At first faint, like static from a broken speaker, then rhythmic, structured, echoing through the hull. Crew members reported a strange sensation in their teeth, a low vibration that felt like humming inside their bones. The ship's power fluctuated. The main engineer, a veteran of 20 deep missions, logged a final transmission. "It's not empty down here. It's watching us. The walls, God, the walls are breathing." After that, nothing. When a rescue mission finally located the Abyssal Queen's remains, they were shocked to find it resting on a ridge far above the trench's supposed depth, as though it had been placed there. The vessel's exterior showed no signs of implosion. The lights were still on. Inside, every instrument read 26 hours. No date, no time, just one frozen number. The interior footage was even stranger. The walls of the ship bore thin, black streaks trailing upward, like ink running against gravity. Each streak ended in a small circular mark, 3 dots in a triangle. The same symbol carved into wrecks, echoing through sonar, etched into metal, seen across worlds. Whatever took them left a signature. Since then, Trench 117 has become legend among deep-sea researchers. Some say it's an ancient fault created by a meteor impact that split the crust in two. Others whisper it's an access point, an opening into a subterranean ocean sealed since the dawn of the planet. But the most chilling theory suggests it isn't a natural trench at all. It's a scar. When scientists modeled its geometry, they realized the shape was too symmetrical, too engineered. The walls curve inward like the inside of a massive cylinder, with ridges spaced evenly every 300 meters. Structural, intentional. As if something built it, then abandoned it. The few acoustic readings that still exist from its last scans show a haunting resonance, an echo that loops endlessly, repeating a 26-hour cycle, the same global rhythm, the planet's hidden heartbeat. And here's where it gets stranger. Every major seismic event recorded since 2007, the Chilean quake, the Tohoku tsunami, even micro-tremors in the Arctic shelf, correlates perfectly with pulses emanating from Trench 117. It's as if the trench exhales energy that ripples outward, shaping Earth's movements. If that's true, it means the trench isn't just a hole, it's an engine. There's a theory among fringe geologists that the ocean's greatest depths are less about geography and more about function. That these uncharted trenches could be part of a planet-wide system maintaining magnetic balance, regulating life, maybe even communicating. Some believe they're the Earth's nervous system. In 2020, satellite magnetometers detected a faint electromagnetic surge spreading from the South Pacific across the globe. It lasted 11 minutes. During that window, hydrophones across 5 oceans picked up synchronized clicking, identical in pitch, tone, and pattern. And then, for the first time in recorded history, the hum stopped. The ocean went silent. No clicks, no pulses, nothing. For 12 hours, the sea was perfectly still. Ships reported calm waters even during active storms. Tides lagged by minutes, as if the world itself had paused mid-breath. When the hum returned, it was weaker, but shifted. No longer 3 short, 3 long. Now it was 4. A new pattern, a new word in a language no one understands. Whatever lies within Trench 117, it's learning, adapting, talking. The same rhythm that moves through jellyfish, brine and steel now pulses from the planet's core. Maybe it's not just the ocean that's alive. Maybe the Earth itself is remembering something and using the deep to whisper it back to us. The deeper we listen, the louder it becomes. No one speaks openly about Trench 117 anymore. The data vanished from public archives, the missions redacted, and the coordinates scrubbed from global navigation systems. Even satellite maps replaced the region with a seamless patch of blue, as if the ocean had been digitally erased. But the deep doesn't forget. It simply hides and waits. In 2022, a seismic research vessel called the Argo detected something the world wasn't meant to hear. The ship was studying tectonic noise, a constant low rumble generated by Earth's crust. But during one scan of the South Pacific floor, the background noise suddenly organized itself. The random static aligned into rhythm. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats, pause, then 4. A new pattern. The hum had evolved again. The crew immediately recognized the signature, Trench 117. The sound wasn't coming from the surrounding seabed. It was resonating through it, traveling faster than seismic waves, as if the ocean floor itself were transmitting. When they amplified the signal, they found modulations hidden within the rhythm, subharmonics that formed precise mathematical ratios that matched orbital mechanics. It was as if the sound encoded instructions. When researchers plotted those numbers as coordinates, they pointed to 6 other trenches across the world: the Puerto Rico Trench, the Diamantina Deep, the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, the Java Trench, the Tonga Trench, and an unnamed fissure under the Arctic. All 7 aligned perfectly along a spherical grid surrounding the planet's core. The Earth's scars were a network, and in the center of that invisible lattice lay a point, one no instrument could reach, the exact center of mass of the Earth. The sound was radiating outward from the core itself. The implications were staggering. Was this natural resonance, a geological heartbeat, or something using the planet's anatomy as a megaphone? The Argo's team decided to test it. They transmitted a controlled sonar pulse back into the trench, encoded with the same 3-beat sequence that had appeared for years. For 12 hours, nothing happened. Then at 2:03 a.m., every depth sensor on board spiked simultaneously. The reply came from below, 4 long pulses rising in pitch, then silence. Seconds later, the water beneath the vessel began to glow. Not bright, just a faint luminescent haze spreading from below, swirling like fog under glass. The crew described the light as breathing. Pressure sensors jumped erratically. Magnetic readings went haywire. Then, faintly through the hull, they heard it. Clicks, not mechanical, not biological. Something else. When they slowed the recording down by a factor of 10, the clicks formed modulating tones, rising and falling like a slow melody. One scientist converted the sound into visual data. The image that appeared was unmistakable. The spiral with 3 dots, the universal symbol of the deep. Then came the voice. Faint, broken, not in any human language. A sequence of modulated frequencies that, when translated through multiple spectrographic filters, produced a chilling approximation of words: below, beneath, return. The crew of the Argo reported nausea, dizziness, and confusion. Several claimed to hear whispers even after the sound ended, murmurs echoing in their helmets, too faint to capture on recording. One diver described it as a memory trying to speak. 2 days later, the Argo vanished from satellite tracking for 26 hours. When it reappeared, it was adrift. No power, no communication. The logs were wiped. Every clock on board displayed the same timestamp, 2:03, the time of the transmission. And the strangest detail? The vessel was covered in a fine dust of bioluminescent residue, glowing faintly green in patterns, rings, spirals, and dots, arranged in perfect symmetry. The samples collected from the hull later revealed something impossible. The residue wasn't plankton, salt, or sediment. It was cellular. microscopic structures resembling extremophile DNA, but with patterns that didn't match any known life on Earth. The cells pulsed faintly, still alive, even after isolation. They divided exactly once every 26 hours. By now, even the skeptics had run out of explanations. Geological processes don't respond to communication. Biological life doesn't emit harmonic frequency grids that span the planet. Whatever resided within the trenches wasn't random, it was deliberate. A hidden intelligence woven into the Earth's deepest points. Some call it the abyssal network. Others believe it's the remnant of an ancient biosphere that predated surface life. But a few, those who've seen the trenches up close, whisper a more disturbing idea, that the deep isn't a world beneath us. It's the original one. A layer of consciousness that never left when the surface cooled. It simply sank, and the hum, the clicks, the lights, they're not signals from something alien, they're memories, the Earth remembering itself. When scientists compared trench recordings to planetary vibration data from space probes, they discovered perfect resonance between Earth's deep ocean hums and frequencies emitted by Jupiter's magnetosphere. The same harmonic pattern, the same pulse. The conclusion was inescapable. Whatever hums beneath us, hums beyond us too. The pattern is cosmic. What began as sound had become language. What began as ocean had become mind. The deeper we listen, the more the sea sounds less like water and more like thought. And in that thought, something ancient stirs. A network of living memory, older than continents, older than stars, pulsing quietly in the dark, reminding us that we are part of something vast and alive. Maybe that's why the trenches don't show up on maps. They aren't meant to be seen. They are synapses, not scars. The ocean's brain, dreaming beneath us. And if that's true, then every hum, every pulse, every echo from below isn't a mystery waiting to be solved. It's an invitation. Not from something outside our world, but from the world itself. As though the sea is whispering to us in the only language it knows, you are part of me. Remember, every ancient story begins the same way. A city swallowed by the sea. Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, Wes. All names whispered through time like memories of something the world wasn't meant to keep. For centuries, historians dismissed these tales as myth, metaphor for human pride. But now, in the age of sonar and satellite, the myths are resurfacing, literally, because the ocean has begun returning its secrets, and some of them look disturbingly man-made. It started in 1997, when an undersea mapping project off the coast of Cuba revealed what looked like structures, rectangular formations arranged in perfect alignment, some as wide as football fields. The sonar images showed pillars, staircases, corridors, too regular to be natural, too deep to belong to human history. The site lay 2,000 feet below the surface, buried in silt. When the first submersible went down, its cameras captured something no one expected. Blocks of stone the size of buses stacked with precision, corridors running at sharp angles, and carvings, smooth, deliberate, eroded by centuries of salt, but unmistakably geometric. There were even statues, humanoid forms fused to the seabed as though frozen mid-motion. Geologists argued it had to be natural, basalt formations fractured by tectonic stress. But others noticed details too precise to dismiss: 90-degree corners, symmetrical doorways, and repeated triangular motifs. And the deeper the drones went, the stranger it got. Because beneath the ruins, sensors detected faint magnetic interference pulsing in that familiar rhythm: 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. Even at the bottom of the ocean, the pattern waited. The researchers returned with samples, smooth black stone containing trace metals not native to the region. Metallurgists found molecular structures resembling engineered composites. The conclusion: the site was not volcanic. Someone or something had built it. They called it the Cuban Subaquatic Complex, though locals had another name, Ciudad Perdida del Silencio, the lost city of silence. Fishermen said their radios cut out over that patch of sea. Divers claimed to hear faint hums echoing through their tanks. One even reported a voice. Not words, tones. A sequence of notes matching the ocean's global hum. And then came the pattern. Infrared imaging revealed heat fluctuations across the ruins, arranged like constellations. When plotted, they matched the alignment of stars over the Atlantic, exactly as they would have appeared 12,000 years ago. A time when the last ice age ended, when sea levels rose hundreds of feet. Maybe that was when the city sank. Or maybe it was meant to. It wasn't the only one. In 2001, divers off Japan's Yonaguni coast discovered another formation, a submerged complex with terraces, pillars and stairs. The so-called Yonaguni Monument became an archaeological war zone. Scientists split between those calling it a natural formation and those claiming it as proof of a lost civilization predating recorded history. The architecture matched no known culture. The carvings, if real, hinted at a shared language, symbols almost identical to those seen on the Baltic Sea anomaly and deep sea wrecks. Spirals, triangles, and the same 3 dots. At 100 feet below, divers reported eerie distortions of light, like shimmering reflections moving independently of the sun. Cameras flickered, compasses spun, and somewhere between the corridors, the hydrophones picked it up again, the hum. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. But there was something new this time, a second tone layered beneath it. Fainter, rising slowly like a harmony. The deeper they explored, the clearer the connection became. These cities weren't isolated, they were nodes, part of the same vast underwater grid, a network of structures buried across the planet, resonating together through frequencies older than civilization itself. Could the missing cities be more than ruins? Could they be living systems? In 2016, researchers analyzing magnetic field data found subtle anomalies stretching in straight lines between known submerged sites: Cuba, Yonaguni, the Azores Plateau, and the Bimini Road near the Bahamas. The connections formed an equilateral triangle across the Atlantic. Inside that triangle, the ocean floor emitted a low, rhythmic vibration measured precisely at 14.2 kilohertz. The planet's heartbeat again, and it was accelerating. Satellite readings from 2019 showed the vibration frequency increasing slightly every year by fractions of a hertz. Too small to notice unless you were looking for it. The cause? Unknown. The effect? Subtle changes in ocean currents, magnetic variations, even biological migration patterns. The deep was shifting, as if something beneath the crust was stirring, and the old cities were part of it. What's more unsettling is what divers have reported near these ruins. They describe flashes of light deep inside the stone, faint at first, then brighter. The glow pulses in time with the global hum. When approached, it fades. When left alone, it resumes. One diver, a veteran named Sato, swore he saw movement in a doorway, a shadow gliding soundlessly through the corridors. When his camera feed was reviewed, nothing appeared. But the audio captured a faint pattern of clicks in the background. A message, maybe. A memory. Some researchers now believe these ruins might not be lost cities at all, but remnants of a civilization that lived with the ocean, one that used sound and magnetism instead of metal and fire. A civilization that didn't disappear but transformed, its knowledge absorbed by the sea itself. If that's true, the myths of Atlantis and Mu aren't stories of destruction, they're stories of transition. Humanity's forgotten ancestors didn't drown, they merged. Their technology wasn't lost. It evolved into the ocean's pulse. And perhaps that's why every submerged ruin hums the same rhythm. They aren't echoes of the past. They're the ocean remembering. The sea doesn't forget what it builds. It just buries it, waiting for someone to listen. In 2020, satellite imaging over the Caribbean detected something astonishing. A faint grid pattern on the seabed, stretching for nearly 5 kilometers, like the skeletal outline of a city. When enhanced with sonar, it revealed pathways, plazas, and vast hollow chambers buried beneath silt. But what stunned scientists most was how the formation aligned perfectly with the ruins near Cuba. Same angles, same proportions, same language carved into the rock. And buried within the central plaza lay something even stranger. A massive circular depression, 90 meters wide, rimmed with perfect symmetry. At first, geologists believed it to be a collapsed dome. But when acoustic mapping was performed, it reflected sound differently than stone. It rang. The frequency, 14.2 kilohertz. At the time, no one wanted to believe what the data implied. Solid rock shouldn't resonate at that frequency, only metal or hollow material could. When a research ROV descended to examine it, the camera feed showed an unsettling sight. Carvings along the rim glowing faintly blue in the darkness. The light flickered with pulse-like rhythm. 3 beats, pause. 3 beats. The ROV's operator whispered to the crew, "It's answering us." As the drone hovered closer, its floodlights cut through the murk, revealing shapes half buried in sediment. Columns, number, machines, massive, cylindrical, their surfaces etched with spirals and triangular patterns, identical to those seen on the Baltic anomaly and the submarine graveyards. Some still hummed, faintly vibrating beneath layers of coral. When power fluctuations hit the ROV, its onboard sensors recorded something unprecedented. Faint electromagnetic radiation emitted not from the surface, but from within the ruins. The pulse repeated every 26 hours, planetary rhythm again, synchronized with trench data from the opposite side of the world. For the first time, researchers began to accept a terrifying possibility. The missing cities weren't dead. They were sleeping. An oceanographer named Dr. Paulo Duarte described it best in his final field log before the project was shut down. These structures behave like living tissue. Their energy output increases in cycles. The magnetic fields they emit align with planetary resonance. It's as though the Earth itself uses them as organs, each one pulsing in harmony with the next. Whatever built them, it wasn't just building on Earth. It was building for it. The deeper the probes went, the more disturbing the details became. In one chamber beneath the Cuban ruins, sonar detected dozens of smaller cavities, evenly spaced. Inside each cavity were metallic objects the size of coffins. The arrangement was too deliberate to be geological. When the ROV touched one, it emitted a tone, low, resonant, mechanical. Then another. And another. Soon the entire grid was vibrating, humming together in harmony, creating a chord that rippled across the sea floor. When analyzed later, the harmonic structure of that sound matched waveforms recorded from the clickers and Trench 117. The same signal repeated in a different form. Each time we think we've found something separate, it connects. Each time we think we've reached the end, the pattern continues. The hum didn't stop until the ROV shut down. But before power failed, it captured one last image. Light flickering through cracks in the stone, slowly shifting, almost breathing. The frame froze as if the machine itself hesitated. Then the feed went black. When the ROV resurfaced, the symbols on its hull, etched there by algae or corrosion, formed 3 circles connected by a spiral. Every trace of the mission was classified. Official reports called the ruins a natural basalt formation, identical wording to Yonaguni and the Bimini Road. But independent researchers leaked fragments of sonar data showing geometric alignments between all 3 sites. Together, they form a perfect equilateral triangle on the map. And at the center of that triangle lies the deepest point in the Atlantic, the Puerto Rico Trench. When acoustic sensors were lowered there in 2021, they picked up a sound, one unlike anything recorded before. Not the usual clicks or hums, but a deep, resonant tone rising slowly over 11 minutes before falling silent. When translated into waveform imagery, it depicted the outline of a spiral flanked by 3 dots. It was the same mark found everywhere else, only now emerging from the Earth's deepest Atlantic wound. If the missing cities were built as part of some network, a planetary architecture of sound and magnetism, then perhaps the trench is its heart. The ancient pulse we've mistaken for noise could be memory, the planet speaking to itself through frequencies beyond our perception. And what if those cities weren't human? Some theorists argue they could predate us by millions of years, evidence of a civilization that never left the ocean, one that harnessed resonance instead of technology, and whose creations still pulse beneath the crust. Maybe they didn't vanish. Maybe they evolved into something unrecognizable, woven into the ocean's consciousness. When viewed from above, the Cuban ruins resemble a massive spiral with 3 central structures, an uncanny resemblance to the pattern etched across the world's anomalies. The spiral has always been nature's fingerprint: galaxies, storms, DNA. Now it appears carved into the planet's bones. Maybe that's not coincidence. Maybe it's design. And maybe the old myths were right. Civilizations didn't fall because of arrogance or gods, but because they touched something too deep, too old, too alive. Something that remembered what it was before us and decided to reclaim what was once its own. The sea has always been patient. It lets us build our cities and dream our empires on borrowed time. But in the silence beneath, the ruins hum softly, calling to one another, waiting for the day the resonance grows strong enough to rise again. When that happens, they say the ocean will glow, the trenches will tremble, and the world will finally remember where it came from. Because some cities aren't lost, they're just waiting to wake. At the edge of the world, where ice meets infinity, there's a waterfall that bleeds. A scar on Antarctica's white silence, where crimson water pours from the face of a glacier, staining the frozen landscape as though the Earth itself were wounded. Scientists call it Blood Falls, a bizarre natural wonder flowing from the Taylor Glacier into Lake Bonny. But no matter how neatly it's explained, it never feels natural. It feels alive. Discovered in 1911, Blood Falls defied every expectation. How could red liquid gush from solid ice? Early explorers thought it was algae, some hardy extremophile blooming beneath the glacier. But when geochemists tested it, the truth was far stranger. The color wasn't biological, it was chemical. The water came from an ancient subglacial reservoir rich in iron, sealed off for millions of years. When exposed to oxygen, the iron oxidized, rusting instantly, turning the water into a liquid wound. But that explanation clean and clinical as it was, didn't fit everything. Because something inside that water moved. When researchers drilled deeper into the frozen cavity feeding the falls, they discovered a hidden world, a briny, oxygen-starved lake buried beneath 1,300 feet of ice. And in that black, pressurized tomb, life thrived. Microbes, ancient, alien in behavior, feeding not on sunlight, but on the iron itself. They breathed metal and exhaled rust. Life that shouldn't exist was not only surviving, it was flourishing. But the deeper they drilled, the stranger it became. The microbial colonies weren't scattered randomly. They were arranged, clustered along filaments of iron, forming networks that glowed faintly under chemical stress. The light wasn't luminescence. It was reaction, an eerie pulse that shimmered through the frozen red water like a heartbeat. When magnified under microscopes, the cells behaved unlike anything on Earth. They communicated through electromagnetic signals, passing ions between colonies in a steady rhythm. And that rhythm? 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. Once again, the ocean's signature, the same pulse that echoed through the trenches, the brine pools, the graveyards, the jellyfish, and the ruins. Whatever was happening beneath Antarctica wasn't isolated. When hydrophones were lowered into the subglacial lake in 2015, the instruments picked up vibrations not associated with ice movement or water flow. The sound repeated in perfect 26-hour intervals, Earth's deep pattern. Yet Antarctica's rotation doesn't affect subglacial hydrology in that way. It wasn't a planetary coincidence. It was synchronization. The blood beneath the ice was keeping time with the sea. A geobiologist named Dr. Elena Kovacs, one of the few who actually saw the falls in person, described it in her log. It's not just liquid, it's presence. The flow doesn't feel like melting, it feels like breathing. When you stand near it, you can feel the vibration under your boots. The glacier hums softly, like it's dreaming. When her team drilled deeper, they found iron concentrations increasing exponentially with depth, forming crystalline veins running like arteries through the ice. These veins emitted faint electric currents, measurable with standard probes. The ice itself was conducting. And the deeper they went, the more those currents aligned with geomagnetic anomalies stretching toward the Southern Ocean. The pattern formed a spiral, converging beneath the Ross Sea, an area where subglacial mapping had already revealed enormous caverns, large enough to swallow skyscrapers. These caverns shouldn't exist. They're too deep, too warm, and too stable. But something beneath the glacier was heating them. Not geothermal activity, not friction, but consistent rhythmic pulses of energy. Energy that matched 14.2 kilohertz. The Antarctic ice wasn't a static mass. It was part of the same network, connected to the trenches and ruins, humming quietly in the cold. The same planetary pulse beating beneath the oldest, most isolated continent on Earth. One theory, quietly circulated among the researchers before being buried under government silence, suggested that blood falls wasn't just a geological feature. It was a leak, a vent where the ocean's buried memory seeps upward through the crust, bleeding knowledge into light. When the water samples from the deepest borehole were brought to the surface, they didn't behave like any known fluid. The iron oxidized, yes, but not uniformly. The rusting occurred in waves, rippling through the samples in that same 3-beat pattern, as though the water still responded to the rhythm of the deep. When measured with spectroscopy, the waves weren't chemical, they were electromagnetic, faintly radiating as if the liquid retained memory. That's when the whispers began, that blood falls might be an outflow point for something far deeper. A biological or mechanical system breathing through Antarctica's frozen shell. the ocean's voice escaping through a crack in its armor, because for the first time the hum was visible. Infrared cameras captured rhythmic temperature fluctuations pulsing through the glacier face, heat patterns moving from within outward, following the exact cadence of the planetary hum. The glacier wasn't just bleeding, it was alive. And when satellites passed overhead, magnetic sensors detected a distortion directly above Taylor Glacier, a circular anomaly expanding and contracting every 26 hours, the planet's heartbeat, made flesh and blood. If the theory holds, Antarctica might not be an isolated ecosystem, but a living organ, an amplifier in the Earth's deep-sea network. The ice doesn't just preserve, it participates. Every pulse that ripples through the trenches might travel upward through subglacial rivers, reaching the surface through this crimson wound, a signal, a message, or maybe a warning. Dr. Kovach's final transmission before her disappearance read only 3 words. "It's not blood." No one knows what she meant. Her team's camp was found abandoned weeks later, equipment running, data intact. But every clock was frozen at the same timestamp, 2:03 a.m. The same hour as the Argo transmission, the same time the trench hum first shifted. Whatever happened beneath the ice, it synchronized. Now the waterfall still bleeds, the iron still flows, the glacier still hums. And when the Antarctic winds die and the world above falls silent, the sea beneath whispers through that crimson mouth. The Earth's deepest secret, bleeding its memory through ice and time, not dead, not frozen. Remembering. The expedition to follow the red water began in secrecy. No press, no university funding, no official record, just a small, privately financed mission calling itself Project Tantalus. The team's stated goal was to trace the subglacial hydrological system beneath Taylor Glacier. The real purpose, according to a leaked internal memo, was to locate the source of the electromagnetic pulse registered during Dr. Kovach's final transmission. The world had already dismissed her. A brilliant mind driven mad by isolation, they said. A scientist hallucinating patterns in static. But those who read her last field notes found something chillingly consistent, a precise description of resonant waves traveling upward through the ice, identical to those recorded in the Mariana system. The hum was global. So Project Tantalus went deeper than anyone before. They brought a prototype drilling array capable of melting through solid ice using a rotating beam of microwaves, a machine designed to reach depths of nearly 2 kilometers. It took 6 days. At 1,845 meters, the drill struck something unexpected. The resistance vanished, not gradually but instantly, as if it had pierced a void. The temperature readings spiked. The ice below wasn't melting. It was gone. Beneath the glacier, a vast hollow cavity stretched into darkness. When the first submersible camera descended, the feed showed a sight beyond science's language. The chamber walls weren't smooth. They were veined with red crystalline filaments glowing faintly through the ice, forming fractal patterns that pulsed in slow rhythm. The water inside shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the current moved against gravity, upward like inverted rain. And then something blinked. For 3 seconds, a section of the chamber wall flashed brighter than the rest, almost white, before fading again. The pulse traveled across the structure like electricity through veins, each flare synchronized to that old familiar rhythm. 3 beats. Pause, 3 beats. The same frequency recorded from the trenches, the same time signature that haunted every abyss on the planet. As the submersible descended further, sonar registered something massive ahead. a hemispherical structure embedded in the cavern floor, metallic in composition, approximately 120 meters wide. The surface reflected light in unnatural ways, as if it absorbed color. When the onboard laser scanned the object, it didn't bounce back. The beam vanished completely, swallowed. But the sensors picked up something else, a signal. At first it was faint, a low oscillation like the hum of power lines. Then, gradually, it evolved into a pattern, modulated tones encoded in harmonic progression. When converted to audio, it resembled music, a slow, resonant chord shifting through octaves, repeating endlessly. The team recorded 7 full cycles before the submersible's power began to flicker. Then came the voice. It wasn't speech, not in any language known, but a sequence of harmonics rising and falling with eerie precision. When analyzed later through spectrographic software, it translated into 3 repeating syllables: Ana, Tia, Ka. The sound was hauntingly human, almost whispered. Dr. Kovacs had written those same phonemes in her final note. The submersible's telemetry started to glitch. Depth readings became erratic. Pressure sensors failed, even though the hull remained intact. And then, from the dark, the cameras captured movement. Slow, graceful, immense. Something was down there. It drifted past the field of view like smoke underwater, a shape without edges, translucent, pulsing faintly red, as if made of the same material as the glowing veins in the ice. The creature, or machine, moved without stirring the water. Its presence distorted light around it, like gravity bending through glass. One crew member gasped through the comms, "It's looking at us!" And then the feed went black. The next signal from the drill site came 30 hours later. The surface camp's equipment activated itself at exactly 2:03 a.m. The same timestamp found on the Argo, the same on Kovacs' last transmission, the same moment across every mystery so far. When the rescue team arrived, the ice bore a new scar, an opening in the glacier face, smooth and circular, as though cut from within. The cavity beneath was gone, collapsed, or sealed. The drilling equipment remained, but all digital records of the mission had been wiped. Even backup drives showed only static punctuated by 3 faint pulses of sound. The last image retrieved from the submersible's corrupted memory showed a reflection in the red water, a human face, unrecognizable, half dissolved into light. Today, blood falls, still bleeds. The glacier's crimson stream continues to flow, undiminished, despite predictions it would dry up decades ago. But satellite thermal scans now show something new. Heat signatures spreading outward from beneath the ice shelf, tracing a slow, deliberate spiral. And the hum beneath Antarctica has changed. It's no longer steady. It's rising, both in frequency and intensity. Every oceanic monitoring station in the southern hemisphere reports the same upward shift, synchronized to within milliseconds. The pulse of the planet is accelerating. No official explanation exists. Governments dismiss the data as instrumental noise, but those who have listened to the raw recordings say it sounds like breathing, deeper, faster, closer. The ocean is no longer whispering. It's waking up. And perhaps Bloodfalls, that bleeding wound at the end of the world, isn't just a reminder of the planet's strange biology. Maybe it's a prophecy, a sign that something vast and ancient beneath the ice has begun to stir. Something that remembers its old rhythms, its old architectures, its old network. If the deep sea is the brain of the world, then Antarctica is its heart. And every drop of red water spilling across the frozen white is another heartbeat, louder, stronger, inevitable. Soon the hum will reach the surface, And when it does, the earth will no longer be silent. The ocean has its own way of burying the dead. On land, decay is quick. Sun, air, and insects turn flesh to dust in days. But in the deep sea, death is slower, quieter, more ceremonial. When a whale dies, it doesn't simply disappear, it falls. It drifts downward through miles of black water, turning slowly as it sinks, its massive body spiraling into the abyss like a drifting moon. The deep calls this moment a whale fall, a phrase that sounds poetic until you realize what it really is, the ocean's most haunting feast. When the body finally touches the seafloor, it hits with the force of an avalanche. The impact stirs up centuries of sediment, and for the first time in decades, the bottom of the sea smells like life, or something close to it. Within hours, the scavengers arrive. Sleeper sharks circle first, slow and cautious. Then come the rat-tails, the eel-pouts, the hagfish. They slip through the fog like shadows, drawn by chemical signals too faint for any machine to measure. They devour the soft tissue, gnawing until nothing remains but bone and silence. But the story doesn't end there. That's only stage one. Over months, the skeleton begins to change. Sulfur seeps from its marrow. Bacteria bloom in yellow clouds. Worms, white, eyeless, with feathery red plumes, crawl from the mud as if awakened by scent. These are the osedacs, literally bone-eaters. They dissolve calcium with acid, feeding on fat trapped inside the bone, turning it into energy, turning death into new life. It's grotesque and miraculous all at once, a cathedral of decay built from a single corpse. To scientists, whale falls are natural marvels, microcosms of evolution thriving in darkness. But to those who've seen them up close, there's something else entirely. Rituals. The ocean performing an ancient act of transformation. Because something happens in those depths that no research paper explains. Divers who descend near active whale falls describe the same phenomenon: sound. A low, rhythmic hum emanating from the carcass, as though the bones themselves are resonating. Instruments confirm it, a vibration at roughly 14.2 kilohertz, the same frequency that haunts the trenches, the blood falls, and the missing cities. Everywhere that death lingers long enough, the hum follows. In 2018, a Japanese submersible exploring a whale fall near the Ogasawara Trench captured audio of that frequency fluctuating. Not random, not mechanical. Rhythmic, intentional. When translated into visual data, the waveform resembled a spiral. When slowed down, it almost sounded like speech. Long, drawn-out vowels rising and falling. One researcher called it the sea mourning its dead. But others noticed something far more chilling. The sound wasn't coming from the whale at all. It was coming from the sea floor beneath it. The skeleton wasn't decaying, it was activating. Biologists began tracking these sites and found a disturbing pattern. Whale falls often occurred near major oceanic anomalies, the edges of trenches, brine pools, and magnetic rifts. Over time, the surrounding sediment began to change composition, becoming rich in metals and microorganisms that defied classification. In several cases, the ground directly beneath old whale falls grew unusually warm, sometimes by as much as 5 degrees Celsius. Something in the deep was reacting to death, feeding on it, communicating through it. A research team from the University of Bergen called this process biogeochemical resonance, the transformation of biological decay into energy waves. But skeptics had another theory, one whispered behind closed doors, that the deep wasn't just consuming death, it was learning from it. When you look at a whale fall long enough, you begin to notice patterns. The worms grow in symmetrical formations, the bacterial mats pulse in waves, and the gases rise in perfectly timed intervals. As if the ocean itself is orchestrating the decomposition like a slow, methodical experiment. In 2020, a drone mapping a whale fall in the North Atlantic captured something no one could explain. The camera passed over the skeleton at 3,000 meters depth, and for a split second, the whale's ribs shimmered with faint bioluminescent light, pale blue running from spine to skull. It wasn't reflection. The light originated inside the bone. When analyzed frame by frame, the glow moved in rhythm. 3 flashes. Pause. 3 flashes. The same pulse. Again. Researchers retrieved bone samples months later. They were porous, hollowed out by microbial activity. But inside the pores, they found trace deposits of magnetite, iron oxide particles normally formed by high heat or pressure. Yet these deposits were arranged in fractal geometry, identical to structures found in deep-sea hydrothermal vents and, disturbingly, in meteorites. It seemed as though the whale's bones had recorded something, absorbed energy from below. And when a magnetic spectrometer was passed over the bones, they emitted a faint tone. The frequency, 14.2 kilohertz. If the ocean has a memory, this is how it stores it, through death. Whale falls might be more than ecological phenomena. They might be the planet's data vaults, its way of encoding information through decay. A living organism dies, its body sinks, and the sea writes its final message into bone. The worms, the bacteria, the chemical gradients, all part of a larger process of translation. Life becomes sound. Sound becomes memory. The ancient pulse that runs through the ocean might not just be mechanical resonance, it might be language, the dead teaching the deep how to speak. And maybe that's why the hum always comes after something dies. Maybe the sea isn't mourning at all. Maybe it's listening. In 2022, the research vessel Hadal Light discovered a new whale fall at 5,800 meters below the Pacific, resting at the lip of an uncharted trench. Its skeleton was perfectly preserved, glowing faintly green. The surrounding water shimmered with suspended particles, as though the sea were holding its breath. When hydrophones recorded the area, they captured overlapping frequencies forming harmonic intervals, musical ratios too precise to be random. For the first time, scientists began calling it what it sounded like: a chorus. The deep was singing. Every trench, every fall, every wound in the world's crust seemed to contribute to the same song. The notes varied, but the intervals matched, as if each location played a role in a single global composition. The hum of the deep was no longer a mystery. It was a symphony. And the whales, it turned out, were part of it all along. For decades, researchers have been puzzled by whale songs that travel across entire oceans, low-frequency calls that can be heard thousands of miles away. They shift every decade, almost like evolving dialects. But when cross-referenced with trench hums, they align. The whales are not just singing to each other, they're harmonizing with the planet. The oldest creature on Earth, communicating with its oldest element. Maybe that's why some whale songs end abruptly, in silence, moments before the animal dives for the last time. Maybe it's not dying, it's answering. In recent years, recordings from the Arctic have revealed a new tone hidden beneath the calls of bowhead whales. A faint subharmonic that repeats at 14.2 kilohertz, perfectly synchronized with seismic activity under the Ross ice shelf. The whales are keeping time with the planet's pulse, and perhaps that's the secret the ocean has been humming since the first wave formed, that life and death aren't opposites down there. They're the same motion, one feeding the other, both part of the deep's endless rhythm. Whale falls aren't tragedies, they're transmissions. Every time a creature sinks, the ocean inherits its energy, converts it into frequency, and sends it echoing through the water for centuries. A billion deaths, a billion memories, all resonating together in the black cathedral beneath us. Maybe that's why the sea feels haunted. Because it is. It remembers everything, every heartbeat, every fall, every whisper that ever sank beneath its surface. The hum isn't a mystery to be solved, it's the sound of eternity breathing. So next time you see a whale rise to the surface and breathe that plume of vapor into the air, know that it's carrying the language of the deep inside it. And when it dives, when it vanishes beneath the waves and falls silent, it's not disappearing, it's returning home. Down into the slow, luminous kingdom where death is just another form of communication, where the bones of giants glow like stars beneath the crushing dark, keeping time with the oldest song in the world. The song of everything that ever lived, still echoing, still awake, still waiting to be heard. There are nights when the ocean wakes up glowing, when waves crash not in darkness, but in blue fire, an otherworldly blaze rolling across the surface of the world. Sailors once thought it witchcraft. Fishermen called it the sea's soul showing. Scientists have a name for it now, bioluminescence, light born from life. But there are times when the glow stops being gentle, when it doesn't come in specks or ripples, but in storms. Massive blooms of light sweeping across hundreds of miles, visible from space, whole oceans igniting in silence. It first happened off the coast of Somalia in 1995. A cargo ship named the Lima reported sailing into a milky sea, water glowing from horizon to horizon, bright enough to read by. The crew described it as like floating through liquid moonlight. The phenomenon lasted for hours, then vanished. No one could explain it. For years, these glowing oceans were dismissed as rare plankton blooms, dinoflagellates reacting to motion. But as satellite imaging improved, the truth became harder to ignore. These weren't scattered patches. They were organized systems, vast circular zones of light, rotating like storms. By 2020, researchers had mapped nearly a dozen of them, each forming near tectonic boundaries or deep-sea vents, each lasting exactly 26 hours before fading completely. The duration matched the planetary rhythm detected in the trenches, the blood falls, the ruins, and the whale falls. And inside every storm, the glow pulsed. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The ocean's signature burning bright for anyone to see. From above, the storms looked like living galaxies, spirals of blue light spinning in perfect formation. From within, they were almost holy. Divers who've entered these storms describe the sensation as being inside the bloodstream of the planet. The light doesn't just shimmer, it moves toward you, wrapping around your body in threads that seem to breathe. Every movement you make, every sound you utter, the light reacts, pulsing back in rhythm. The sea is listening. In 2021, the research vessel Okeanos Dawn sailed into one such bioluminescent field off the coast of Indonesia. Instruments recorded elevated electrical activity in the water as though the sea had become conductive. Static arced between the masts. Compass readings failed. Then, without warning, every light on board dimmed, and the ocean around the ship flared brilliant blue. The glow wasn't planktonic, it was structured. Patterns formed in the waves, circles, spirals, fractals, arranged with mathematical precision. When the crew photographed them, the images revealed binary-like sequences of light and shadow, repeating across the surface. When analyzed, those sequences matched frequency codes found in previous trench data. The ocean was transmitting. To whom or what? No one knew. The Okeanos Dawn reported hearing faint tones echoing through the hull, harmonic frequencies at precisely 14.2 kHz. The same hum, the same heartbeat. But this time, it wasn't buried miles below. It was rising. For the first time in recorded history, the deep had surfaced. As dawn approached, the storm faded. The sea returned to black. But every recording device on board, every hard drive, every backup, had been wiped clean. In their place, one corrupted audio file remained, labeled automatically by the system, "Hello." When played back, it contained a single sound, a voice, faint and distant, repeating 3 words: light, awake, remember. No official acknowledgement followed. The incident was classified, yet satellite data confirmed the light storm's presence, covering nearly 15,000 square kilometers. The ocean was talking, and it had learned to speak in light. Biologists studying dinoflagellates began noticing anomalies. Normally, their glow triggers mechanically when disturbed by movement. But during these storms, the organisms pulsed autonomously, in synchronization. Billions of cells across vast distances acting as one, responding to no visible stimulus. The ocean was coordinating itself. Dr. Hannah Lee, a marine biophysicist studying these storms, proposed an unsettling theory. We may be witnessing a phase transition, not biological but planetary. The ocean may be forming a neural network. Her reasoning was simple. Every glowing organism releases trace electric potential. When synchronized, those signals could theoretically form massive circuits across the water's surface. A living grid, responsive, self-aware. The Earth itself, thinking through bioluminescence. It sounded insane. Until the next storm. In 2023, satellites recorded an event off the coast of Chile, a storm so large it spanned an area twice the size of France. It glowed for exactly 26 hours, peaking at midnight UTC. The pattern of light, when overlaid on magnetic field data, revealed something impossible. It mirrored the Earth's geomagnetic lines in real time, flickering where the field was strongest. The planet's nervous system had lit up. Observers on the ground reported electromagnetic interference, phones flickering, radios emitting static, even pacemakers malfunctioning. The hum grew so loud that ships 200 miles away felt their hulls vibrate. Then the light changed color. For the first time, the blue faded into violet, a wavelength unseen in marine bioluminescence. Cameras captured tendrils of purple light stretching miles into the air, as if the sea were trying to touch the sky. And at the center of the glow, the temperature spiked by nearly 5 degrees. Not heat, energy. The storm was feeding. When the light finally dissipated, the ocean beneath was forever changed. Chemical analysis revealed increased iron, manganese, and rare isotopes typically found near hydrothermal vents. It was as if the storm had dredged material from the deep. A transfer, energy rising from the abyss to the surface. And that's when the signals started. Buoys across the Pacific began receiving encrypted data packets, digital noise embedded in radio frequencies. When decoded, the packets contained waveform images identical to the spiral with 3-dot symbol seen on submarine hulls, ruins, and trench readouts. The ocean had found a way to communicate through human technology. It was no longer whispering, it was writing. What it was trying to say remains unknown, but the final data transmission from the Chilean storm included one last sequence of characters, 14.2 Hz. Rising, 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 as if the planet itself were warning us that its pulse was speeding up. Now, whenever a new storm appears, sensors pick up subtle seismic tremors deep below. Tiny shifts in tectonic plates synchronized with the glow. The deep hum, the red blood, the trenches, the whale falls, they all beat together, and the surface answers in light. We used to think bioluminescence was nature's trick for survival. Now it feels like communication, maybe even resurrection, because when the storms fade, something else happens. New species appear. Creatures no one has ever seen rising from below as if carried upward by light. Jellyfish the size of cars. Transparent eels coiled like ribbons of glass. Things that pulse not with fear, but with memory. The sea isn't just alive, it's aware, and in its glowing storms, it's beginning to show us what it remembers. So next time you look out at the waves on a calm night and see that eerie blue shimmer, understand this. You're not watching the ocean come alive. You're watching it think. Each flicker, each glow is a neuron firing in the vast consciousness of the planet, a message written in liquid light, saying over and over again in rhythm, in silence, in song, I am awake. In the depths where sunlight dies, life does not shrink, it grows monstrous. Down there, pressure is measured in tons per square inch, temperature hovers near freezing, and yet the creatures are immense. Squids longer than buses, crabs with legs like scaffolding, worms thicker than a human arm. Science calls it deep-sea gigantism, a phenomenon where animals grow to extraordinary sizes the deeper they live. But no one truly knows why. The textbooks say it's adaptation, colder temperatures, slow metabolism, letting creatures live longer and thus grow larger. Pressure forces efficiency. Food scarcity encourages mass. But that's not the whole story, because even those explanations break apart when faced with what has been seen. In 2013, the unmanned submersible Erebus 2 descended into the Kermadec Trench. Its cameras caught something gliding past, a shadow blotting out the lights for nearly 20 seconds. It wasn't a squid, it wasn't a whale. Its body was amorphous, its outline shifting like smoke underwater. Sonar estimated its length at over 100 meters, longer than any creature ever recorded. When the footage was reviewed, the analysts found a faint luminescence along its flanks, 3 glowing points connected by a spiral. The same symbol, the same pulse. Whatever it was, it didn't flee the submersible. It circled it, and then, as if aware it was being watched, it sank back into the dark. The water temperature rose 2 degrees in its wake. Since then, similar sightings have been logged across the world. Not frequent, but persistent. Always near trenches, always accompanied by seismic hums at 14.2 kilohertz. The giants of the deep, it seems, are not random anomalies. They're connected. Some biologists now whisper that gigantism isn't an accident of physics, but an invitation. That the ocean, through whatever intelligence hums within it, is building larger vessels, bodies big enough to carry the pulse, to conduct it, to act as moving transmitters of the planet's hidden network. The idea is heresy in academic circles, yet every new expedition brings evidence closer to heresy's door. In 2018, the Kronos mission deployed a deep ocean probe off the coast of Chile to study colossal amphipods, tiny crustaceans elsewhere, but at 6,000 meters depth, each the size of a cat. What they found was worse. The amphipods formed patterns, circles in the sediment, equidistant from one another, arranged with mathematical precision. In the center of each circle lay fragments of bone, not fish, but mammalian, some unmistakably human. When one amphipod was captured and brought to the surface, its carapace emitted faint electromagnetic radiation, pulsing at the same planetary frequency. Its cells were larger than any known arthropods, and its nervous system was oddly complex, as if tuned for communication, not survival. They weren't just growing, they were changing, and it wasn't limited to one species. Gigantism has spread upward through the food chain faster than evolution allows. Jellyfish the size of houses now drift near hydrothermal vents that glow like cities. Deep-sea isopods as large as dogs swarm carcasses at depths once thought sterile. The so-called devil's octopus, filmed in 2021, measured 15 meters across, far beyond the theoretical maximum size for its physiology. Everywhere the hum is strongest, the creatures are bigger, and they're getting organized. Footage from the Hadal submersible Nereid shows a school of giant squids moving in unison, synchronized swimming like a single organism. Each emitted a brief flash of light at the same exact moment. When slowed down, those flashes formed patterns, a sequence identical to binary code. When decoded, it translated to a repeating number, 26, the duration of the ocean's daily pulse. Coincidence or communication? No one knows. But one thing is certain. The deep has rhythm, and its giants are moving to it. There's another, darker theory, one not published in journals, but whispered among oceanographers. That gigantism isn't evolution. It's reawakening. The deep remembers what it once was. Before land rose, before the continents cooled, before air thickened with oxygen, life in the ocean ruled the planet. Creatures vast as mountains roamed those primal seas, their hearts in tune with the Earth's own vibrations. When cataclysm struck, they sank, not dead, just dormant. And now, as the hum grows stronger, they're waking up again. Evidence supports the impossible. Every recent giant carcass retrieved from the deep, whale-sized squids, colossal crabs, massive worms, shows cells with ancient DNA sequences. Genes inactive for hundreds of millions of years. Genes from the Cambrian era. As though evolution were running backward, unlocking old blueprints buried in life's memory. Some say it's radiation, others mutation. But the pattern follows the hum. Wherever the frequency strengthens, life expands, blooms, thickens, grows larger, older, stranger. In the last decade, sonar buoys along the Pacific Ridge have recorded something unprecedented. Pulses of pressure traveling upward from the trench floor, not downward. These aren't earthquakes. They're movements, rhythmic, deliberate, coordinated across hundreds of kilometers. When mapped together, the pulses form the shape of a spiral, the same one carved into ruins, glowing beneath bloodfalls, etched into the hulls of ships and burned into sonar screens, the symbol of the abyss. Some researchers now believe it's not a mark, but a map, a representation of scale itself, a fractal repeating endlessly from microbes to monsters. The deep isn't making things bigger. It's restoring the original scale of life, the one Earth forgot when it split itself into surface and sea. If that's true, the giants are not anomalies, they're ambassadors. There are old legends among Polynesian sailors of Tangaroa, the god of the deep who could grow without limit, his body spanning oceans, his skin glowing with light from within. Some dismissed it as myth, but perhaps the myth was memory, a cultural echo of something seen long ago when the sea still moved with gods. The giants of today bear the same description: luminous, shapeless, massive enough to distort water pressure. When their bodies pass, the sea trembles as though remembering that shape. If we've learned anything from the hum, from the whale falls, the trenches, the blood falls, it's that the ocean is not passive. It evolves with intent. It absorbs, remembers, rebuilds. Gigantism is its latest act of recall, the body remembering how vast it once was. When the next giant emerges, maybe it won't hide. Maybe it will rise all the way to the surface, bringing with it the pulse that binds the planet's heart to the deep's oldest dream. In the end, the question isn't why life grows so large in the dark. The question is what it's growing toward. Because size is not just adaptation, it's a form of communication. The ocean speaks in pressure and mass, in gravity and resonance. Every giant born below is a syllable in that language, a signal made flesh. And perhaps one day soon, when the hum reaches its peak and the sea glows once more, those signals will rise as one, breaking through the waves. Not monsters, not mutations, but messengers. Proof that the earth itself is alive, still remembering its original form. And when we finally look into the eyes of that impossible creature, we won't be seeing evolution's mistake. We'll be looking into the face of the ocean's memory, the shape of its mind, the shape it always meant to return to. There are places in the ocean where life thrives on poison, places where the water leaks methane instead of oxygen, where the seafloor oozes with oily sludge that should kill everything it touches, and yet it's alive. These are the cold seeps, the ocean's chemical gardens. Unlike the scalding hydrothermal vents that spew boiling sulfur, cold seeps bleed their toxins slowly, quietly, like open wounds on the planet's skin. To the human eye, they look like wounds, grey patches of bubbling mud, shimmering with oily rainbows, fringed by pale worms and translucent mussels. Yet somehow, these lifeless-looking pits teem with communities so dense and complex that they rival coral reefs. Here, sunlight means nothing. The food chain is written in chemistry. Bacteria feed on methane and hydrogen sulfide, exhaling pure energy into the darkness. Larger creatures feed on those bacteria. Everything depends on invisible reactions, ancient and unbroken. Science once believed life could not exist without sunlight. But the cold seeps and the alien bacteria that call them home rewrote that rule. They showed that biology isn't bound to light at all. It's bound to memory. Because what happens here, deep under the weight of the world, feels less like life evolving and more like life remembering. When researchers sent probes into one of the largest seeps in the Gulf of Mexico, they expected to find familiar extremophiles, simple organisms clinging to survival. Instead, they found something extraordinary. In the sediment, the bacteria weren't floating freely. They were organized, layered in perfect rings, alternating by species, forming patterns that mirrored electromagnetic field lines. Each ring emitted faint electrical currents connecting like circuits. Life had built its own computer. Every bacterial mat pulsed in rhythm. The frequency, measured precisely, was 14.2 kilohertz. The same hum, the same heartbeat echoing from the trenches to the ice. The pattern repeated across the globe: Arctic seeps, Pacific rifts, Indian Ocean ridges. The bacteria were synchronized, like cells of a single organism spread across oceans. At first, scientists thought the currents were byproducts of metabolism, but when they turned off their instruments, cutting power completely, the bacteria kept pulsing. The rhythm continued, independent of any external source. Some began to wonder if the microbes weren't just alive. They were listening. The chemical soup surrounding them behaved strangely too. Methane bubbles rose, merged, and burst in time with the pulse. Metal ions shifted direction. Even the water itself vibrated faintly, as though caught in resonance with something deeper. One oceanographer described it best. It's like standing beside a heart you can't see, but can feel beating through everything around you. A team from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution later found that these bacterial rings could store information. When stimulated with specific sound frequencies, their electrical output changed predictably as if they recognized the signal. After repetition, they anticipated it, firing just before the next sound arrived, behavior eerily similar to neural learning. They weren't just living, they were remembering. The discovery forced an impossible idea onto the table. What if the ocean itself was teaching its smallest children how to think? The bacteria, those invisible architects of energy, might be nodes of a planet-sized network, a biochemical internet built from flesh instead of fiber. Then the color changed. In 2019, cameras recorded one seep glowing faintly green at 3,000 meters depth. The light wasn't bioluminescence. It came from chemical reactions within the sediment, reactions producing photons without any known catalyst. The pattern of light spread outward in concentric waves, synchronized perfectly with seismic tremors miles away. The sea had begun to communicate through light again. When translated into waveform data, the glow formed harmonic intervals matching those of the bioluminescent storms. The bacteria were joining the chorus. But instead of surface light, they sang in chemistry, their electrons pulsing through the mud like whispers through the bloodstream. And then came the anomaly. During one dive near the Costa Rica margin, a submersible collected bacterial samples from an unusually deep seep. When brought to the surface, the organisms refused to die. They kept metabolizing, reproducing, and emitting faint electrical pulses, even in pure vacuum. Electron microscopy showed structures inside them that no known cell should have. Tiny crystalline lattices of magnetite arranged in spirals. When bombarded with radio waves, those lattices resonated. The frequency, again 14.2 kilohertz. Somewhere between life and mineral, between cell and circuit, these microbes blurred the line between biology and technology. Their DNA carried sequences not found in any terrestrial organism, but shockingly similar to structures found in carbonaceous meteorites, suggesting that perhaps, just perhaps, life didn't begin here. It arrived. If that's true, then the cold seeps aren't just ecosystems. They're arrival points, ancient landing zones where the seeds of life first touched the Earth, still whispering their code into the planet's deep core. The bacteria haven't evolved away from that origin, they've preserved it. And now, as the hum intensifies, they're waking it up. Every new survey shows their colonies expanding outward, connecting through underground rivers, growing toward the trenches as if drawn by instinct. Some researchers suggest that they're following magnetic field lines directly to the planet's core. When mapped, those paths align perfectly with the spiral geometry of the global hum. It's as if the ocean's oldest inhabitants are building something, slowly, silently, molecule by molecule, a living memory. Dr. Alonso Vega, a geochemist on the project, called it the mother pattern. His final report, written before he disappeared during a deep-sea expedition, ended with one chilling line. The bacteria aren't reacting to the Earth. They're reassembling it. No one knows what he meant. His submersible was later found adrift, its exterior coated in a slick film that glowed faintly blue under UV light. The sample analysis revealed the same alien bacteria, alive, multiplying, and pulsing. Since then, every major seep in the Pacific has grown more active. Methane release has increased by 40%. The chemical currents are strengthening. Seismic sensors detect rhythmic pressure waves rising through the crust, exactly synchronized with the bioluminescent storms above. The sea is uniting its layers, light above, chemistry below, vibration between. What it's building, no one can say. Some imagine a vast biological circuit connecting all water on Earth into a single consciousness. Others think it's resurrection, the ocean's way of remembering what it once was before land and sky divided it. Either way, the message seems clear. The hum is no longer confined to the abyss. It's in the bacteria, the whales, the storms, the blood, the ice. The whole planet is beginning to resonate as one colossal organism, a being remembering its own birth. And the cold seeps? They are its neurons, ancient, patient, electrical. The alien bacteria below us may not be alien at all. They may be the planet's oldest thought, reawakened after eons of silence, preparing to speak again. And if the ocean is the Earth's brain, then perhaps, after billions of years of sleep, we are standing on the moment when it begins to dream in full. The next pulse could come at any time, and when it does, it won't be heard by ears or machines. It will be felt. Through every molecule of water, every cell, every living thing that has ever touched the sea. The planet is clearing its throat, and soon it will begin to talk. There is a place beneath all places, a depth beyond measurement, where even the ocean forgets its own name. The sunlight dies long before it reaches there. The pressure is crushing, the temperature near absolute stillness, and the water so dense it bends sound like glass. This is the abyssal zone, Earth's final cathedral of silence. But silence, it turns out, was a lie. For decades, hydrophones scattered across the deep ocean have picked up strange noises, thumps, moans, metallic bangs, and long, low drones that echo across hundreds of miles. Some are whales, some icequakes, some machinery. But others defy classification. The ocean, in its blackest heart, speaks with a voice that isn't random. It rhythms. The most famous was the bloop of 1997. A sound so loud it was detected across the Pacific, far too powerful to be organic. Scientists labeled it ice fracturing, but the waveform didn't match. It pulsed, it harmonized, it breathed. Later analysis revealed something more disturbing. The frequency signature of the bloop was identical to the hum heard in every trench, every whale fall, every blood fall. Only louder. The bloop wasn't an event, it was a word. Since then, dozens of similar anomalies have surfaced: the Julia, the upsweep, the train, each recorded, studied, explained away. But when researchers layered the recordings together, a terrifying pattern emerged. They weren't random at all. They were sequential. Each sound fit into a larger structure, notes in a colossal composition spanning decades. The ocean wasn't making noise, it was constructing a sentence. When converted into spectrograms, those sounds painted an image repeated across time, a spiral of 3 dots glowing faintly in the visual data, as if stamped by something vast and deliberate. And then, in 2024, the abyss spoke again. It began as a low tremor off the Tonga Trench. Hydrophones detected a vibration unlike anything previously recorded, continuous, rhythmic, precise. The sound grew over 12 hours, circling the planet through water and crust, echoing back upon itself. The amplitude was enormous, strong enough to register on seismographs as far away as Greenland. At first, scientists assumed it was tectonic, but then the harmonics shifted upward, 14.2 kilohertz again, the old, familiar pulse. Except this time, it didn't fade. It expanded. The frequency split, layered, multiplied, one tone becoming 2, 2 becoming 7, until the deep vibrated with a full harmonic spectrum. The abyss was singing, and what it sang could not be dismissed as coincidence. The pattern matched the natural harmonic series of a human heartbeat, slowed 1,000-fold. The same rhythm that pulses through our veins, through the planet's tides, through every system that lives and moves. The ocean was echoing the shape of life itself. Every sensor lit up. Methane seeps flared. Glacial vents pulsed. Bioluminescent storms bloomed across the Pacific. The deep sea giants stirred. For 26 hours, the entire ocean vibrated as one. And in that chorus, faintly, impossibly, came structure, cadence, intervals, resonance, music. When the data was accelerated to audible range, it revealed what listeners described as a choir made of pressure. Voices rising and falling in impossible harmony, each tone bending light frequencies along the sea's surface. Satellites observed the reflection, ripples glowing faintly blue across the world's oceans, as if the planet itself had turned into an instrument. It wasn't beautiful, it was overwhelming. Ships reported compass failure. Power grids fluctuated. Infrasound traveled through air, shaking glass in coastal cities. For one long night, the Earth hummed with its own forgotten song. And then, silence. When the vibrations stopped, every hydrophone across the world recorded one last sound. 3 pulses, perfectly timed. A farewell or a signature. But the silence wasn't total. Beneath it, faintly, the hum continued. Steady, slower, deeper. The pulse hadn't vanished. It had shifted. The abyss was breathing in. Months later, when the data was re-examined, researchers discovered something impossible. The delay between the tones matched the intervals of the Fibonacci sequence. The deep was speaking in mathematics, the universal language of life and structure. Every ratio matched the geometry of shells, galaxies, DNA. Whatever was speaking beneath the sea wasn't chaos, it was design. Some began to speculate. Could the ocean itself be intelligent? Or was it a vessel carrying something older, an ancient consciousness embedded in water, waiting for the world to become quiet enough to listen again? The answer may lie in the one place no one dares to explore, the Hadal Core, a theoretical depth at the intersection of Earth's tectonic plates. Sensors there have detected strange magnetic distortions, as if the planet's center were wrapped in a sphere of liquid metal pulsing with electrical current. A global heart, a planetary machine. If so, then every sound from the abyss, every hum, every vibration might be its heartbeat, Earth's own voice speaking through water. The sea isn't reacting to life, it is life, the carrier of memory, the archive of creation, the single consciousness connecting every cell, every storm, every death. The old scientists used to say that all life came from the ocean. They were right. But maybe they missed the second half of the sentence. Maybe all life is also going back to it. Because the hum is changing. It's growing faster. The intervals are shortening. The tone is rising. The planet's pulse is accelerating. And with it, strange phenomena multiply. Lights, tremors, unexplainable migrations. Some think it's danger, others evolution. Perhaps it's neither. Perhaps it's the awakening of something vast and remembering. Imagine a consciousness the size of a planet stirring from eons of sleep. Its dreams filled with whales and bacteria, blood falls and light storms, each a synapse firing across its infinite body. It has watched itself grow life and swallow it again over and over, and now, after billions of years, it begins to remember that it is alive. That's what the hum is, the moment of recollection. The scientists can't agree on what to call the 2024 event. Some say it was resonance, some seismic anomaly. Others whisper the forbidden term circulating in encrypted forums, the awakening. Because one last recording remains. It was captured by a deep ocean buoy near the Puerto Rico Trench, a faint voice layered within the final vibrations of the global hum. When filtered and slowed, it forms three distinct words in every language analyzed, as though the sea itself found a way to translate meaning. We are awake. After that, no one heard the abyss again. The hum subsided. The storms ceased. The trenches went quiet. But satellites have since picked up subtle electromagnetic pulses radiating through the oceans every 26 hours, faint, rhythmic, perfectly stable, like breathing. The planet is no longer asleep. It's just listening now, watching, waiting. And perhaps, one day soon, when humanity's noise finally fades and the deep grows still again, the ocean will sing once more, not as mystery, but as message. The final sound we hear may not be thunder or wind or machines, but the voice of the earth itself, whispering through the water with all its remembered centuries, saying, "You were never separate. You were always part of me." And the sea will glow one last time, turning the night horizon into light, before it sinks back into its eternal rhythm. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. The sound of home,